Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talkroom Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is February the 5th, 2026, and happy Black History Month. We made it to another one, so I want everybody to at least take this time of the year to do some historical research, teach your kids, tell them who we are, where we come from, and don't shy away from it, because it's important that we embrace who we are and how we got here and the pain and the suffering that it took for us to exist as we do today. We live in a time now where all of this that I'm telling you to embrace is systematically being erased by white supremacists and racists that run the country. We had a time in this country where we evolved into a group of people that come out of suffering, and we're working on trying to build our community, because it's unfinished, and people don't understand the dynamics of the Black community. Whenever you look at the diverse array of issues and vast amount of issues that we have in this community, but I look at myself as having an understanding, but at the same time a different understanding, because I do try to, and I have to learn to embrace our people, no matter how we may show up, and when somebody hear that, they might hear me saying that I'm condoning this or agreeing with, misbehavior. That's just not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that I understand that when you come from a group of people such as I, African Americans, then you know that we have a history to where we just wasn't handed that silver spoon. We have to fight, scrape, bleed, and die to exist. And during those struggles, things are not going to be perfect. And I understand that. I understand when we fight with each other, when we criticize each other. I understand when we brace and love each other. So there's a whole gray area there that, because of the indoctrination and imperialism and the colonial the colonizing of Africans' minds, there's some of us that think that we're supposed to be just like the oppressor. We supposed to speak the exact correct language. We supposed to walk the exact same way. We supposed to respond to society the same way that they do. And me, and this is just only my point of view, me being who I am, I understand that that's just not the case. We're not going to respond the same way. We're not going to be the same. We wasn't handed this country on a silver platter. And some people, because of the economics of this country and the way that we showed up, we're just not going to be that society, and I'm not going to fool myself into saying that, you know, you should do better and all this kind of stuff. Except for things that are blatantly immoral and wrong and lawless. I don't agree with none of that stuff. But the poverty in our community comes from a society that shitted on us. The way we handle poverty is because the government never addressed the fact that they put us in poverty. So coming out of poverty, and the majority of our community still is in poverty, you have to look at those dynamics. And whenever you look at the other community and the medium income and see that they make vastly more than our community make, you have to understand those economic dynamics and the way people act under those conditions. So, like I said, I'm not making any excuses, but I'm not stupid either. I'm not one to look at our community and say you should do this, because no, the infrastructure is not there. The ground wasn't laid for us to own businesses, banks, Wall Street, commodities, all of this property and land. The ground wasn't laid for us to be owning all that stuff. If we did, I can guarantee you that you would see a different black society. What's up, East Coast and Jermaine? I guarantee that would be the case, but that's just not the case even in 2026. And because we're in 2026, you see blacks being frustrated that blacks are in this condition. And that's where, in my mind, politics come in. Because we can yell and scream and talk shit about our own community all we want to, but that's not going to fix a damn thing. The only way that we're going to change this system is to take over and control the system that actually implements all of these conditions that we complain about. And because of white supremacy and propaganda, there's a lot of black people that are brainwashed into thinking that, the political route is not the route to go. Well, I know in history, if you don't use politics, then you got to use violence. There is no other way. And I'm not calling for sedition. I'm just telling you the actual options. If you don't use politics to change the situation in a society, violence is the other option. Now, that may sound extreme, but just look at fucking history. Look at the monarchy period. Or you can even go all the way back to Africa when they did all that battling in the Congo. Or even in ancient Egypt, if you want to go back over there, that wasn't politics. That was violence and overthrowing rulers. And the winning party took over and implemented the system that they wanted, or somewhat wanted. But my point is, we're not going to use violence. So I put that out there to let you know that that's an option that we're not going to use. So if you X out your only other option, then you've only got one option left, and that is politics. You need to educate yourself on civics, know how the system works, educate your community to participate in that system, make your community leaders and powerful leaders that can get into the system and make the difference. But unfortunately, that's not even that fades away uh, every day that we are involved in politics, especially now during the time of social media, because social media is making the black community politically ignorant. They just are. I mean, I look at all of these, I don't know, so-called political influencers, and then all you see them doing is talking shit about Democrats, which which is fair, but you need to offer an alternative way to where the people that you're disagreeing with will be unseated, so your political leader that pushes your agenda can be in power. But I've just said 30 seconds right there. I guarantee you it flew over the head of a lot of people, because that is not the way we think. And I'm finding that out just by doing this little talk show on Talk Real Solutions, that is not the way we think politically at all. You know, even when you introduce ideas like black political parties and how we have to get there, people kind of, they shy away from that. And I understand why people shy away from it, because it's an impossible dream, right? But what is achievable is we can educate ourselves politically, and we can take over the political party that we vote most heavily in. That is within our grasps. We can do that. It's just that we got to stop listening to these people that are naysayers and don't see the bigger vision of our ancestors in this country, because that's what they did. Our ancestors in this country, they fought to control politics. We talked about the Black Panthers for a couple of weeks now, and that's their whole deal. I mean, hell, it's in the name. The Black Panther Party was a political party. And I think that, the Black Panthers ideas, if people weren't so stupid, could be transferred and implemented into the political system that we have now. I guess the closest thing you might have to people thinking like the Black Panthers is, now you got Mondami in New York, the Democratic Socialists or progressives, and that's about the extreme that people are willing to go through too, to have this type of ideology to where you can target your own group. And the Democrat Socialists and the progressives don't prioritize black people. They just don't. So that's something that we need to work on. And the only time you will probably see either one of those factions prioritize black people is when something like a George Floyd happened. And then you'll see them put on their capes and try to say that they care about black people, which is, we found out after that movement that those people faded away. As a good example is this progressive show on YouTube called The Young Turks, where they made their comeuppings on the suffering of the black community. They made all of that fighting for justice and equality. They put a black face on all of that and became, I think it's 6 million viewers strong. And just like history always, the Young Turks are now putting their feet up under the table of conservatives, sitting down with Tucker Carlson, just clamoring to talk to conservatives, and that ideology shot out the window. The point is that unless we have our own strong leadership that is dedicated to the black community and don't sell out to corporations or other agendas, we're never going to have the type of political power that we need in this country to address our problems, But, that's my little rant for Black History Month. Happy Black History Month. And yeah, I think we're headed in the right direction. And it was a little in the past. It was more progress. You could actually see the progress, but now, recently, in the era of Donald Trump and white racists, it looked like we're stagnant or not making any progress at all. And that should motivate people politically, but because we have people in our own community, like the Tariq Nasheeds or the Umar Johnsons or the Boyce Watkins or some of these black so-called leftists on social media that demonizes the entire political process, we have, I don't know, confusion or withdrawal from politics. I'm witnessing this thing to where people always shying away from the word Democrat or leftist or liberal. People, they will say, I'm not a Democrat, but, you know what I mean? And then you've been indoctrinated to repeat those talking points from the right. That's why people say that. And I had to realize that myself is why am I saying don't associate me with Democrats? Why am I saying I'm not a liberal? Why am I saying those things? And when you look what's been seeded in your brain, all you hear is indoctrination from the other side and propaganda that's telling you that the left is bad and all this kind of bullshit. But and coupled with the insults about the left came with all of these heinous things about how the left, because of transgenders, because of gay people, because of black criminality, because of this and that, this is why the left is bad. But with the with the revelation of the Epstein files, all of those accusations that people were making about the left or Democrats is exactly what the Republicans were doing. And that's why I named the show Accusations Are Confessions. Because if you just think about it, that's been the nature of the white, racist, savage, mongoloid in America, is to accuse black people of what they were actually guilty of. Every accusation from white Americans, and presently the Republican Party or the MAGA conservatives, every accusation is a confession of what the fuck they've been doing. I remember the last political cycle when we were having conversations about politics. One of the main criticisms of the Democrats or the left or liberals was how they were abusing children. And then they embraced their Christianity and said, I would never vote for a Democrat, support a Democrat, be a Democrat, because the left is abusing children. They're grooming children. That was one of the main reasons that people would say, I cannot deal with the left. And then they went on this whole thing about the left is supporting the transgender agenda. And the left is full of gay and queer people. And we can never, because of our Christianity, we could never find ourselves supporting Democrats. And that indoctrination went on and on and on and on and on And those same people that was spreading those conspiracy lies are still indoctrinated. We got one in the goddamn chat room right now, ABC. And all of that indoctrination has blinded those people to the realities that exist in the world. Because the propaganda worked. They're now indoctrinated to think that anything that the Democrats or the left or liberals say has got to be evil or a lie. Even if people on the left are showing them the truth. And the Epstein files is a prime example of that. Last week, ABC called in and we spoke a little bit on the Alex Preddy murder, state-sanctioned murder of an American citizen in the streets of the United States of America. And the ABC immediately said that he shouldn't have been there with a gun. He shouldn't have showed up to protest like the First Amendment allows us to do, and the Second Amendment allows Americans to carry. ABC said that man should not have been there practicing his constitutional rights, and he basically said he got what he deserved. Now, this is why I say that they are so indoctrinated that if you hear anything coming from the other side, you immediately dismiss it, because this was the same man that watched armed white racists invade the Capitol city, the Capitol building, and I think it was Minnesota again. Let me see where they I don't remember where it was, but it was that female governor, that woman governor. Let me see where I don't want to lie on this man because I don't know, she might be out of office now. Oh, no, here you go. Hold on, I'll grab her here in a minute. I ain't gonna literally grab her. Gretchen Whitmore from Michigan. ABC watched all of those white races with guns, ammo, camo vests and jackets, protest in Michigan, and bust into that Capitol. And he did a show because I was on there, and he said they fighting for us. We need to be proud of these racists for breaking the goddamn law with their protest because they're fighting for us. But whenever you look at an American that may have a different political view than yours, and he's doing everything legal, and they take his weapon and then execute him in the streets, ABC said, well, shit, protesting and carrying a gun should not be allowed at a protest. This is why I say they're indoctrinated. Because this same man watched the same act in two different situations and came up with two completely different conclusions when it came to the results. And I'm just using him, but that's how the majority of these right-wing conservatives think. If anything comes from the left, even though it's legitimate and true, they're not going to listen to it. Yeah, that's that Governor Gretchen Whitmore. The white supremacists and the racists were taking over her goddamn office and all that kind of shit, protesting, and ABC got his panties all wet and he was cheering them on and all this kind of shit when they were showing up with fucking guns, AKs, and making violent threats towards this lady. ABC cheered them on. But when you see Alex Preddy show up at a protest, did not brandish his weapon, and the weapon was taken from him by the government, and then he was executed by that same government. ABC say he shouldn't have been there. See, you can't talk to these people. You can't. We talked to ABC and Sarge last week about the economy. We all know the economy doing bad, but they're convinced that when Donald Trump came into office, threatening our allies, Mexico and Canada, and placing tariffs on the fucking entire planet, and prices skyrocketing, and them having to spend more money out of their pockets every fucking day, pay more for gas, they want to come on here and talk about the economy is doing great. Look at the stock markets. Motherfucker, people don't shop in the stock markets. The stock markets are mostly occupied by people with money, not the people in poverty. The people in poverty that need lower prices don't have the money to invest in the fucking stock markets. The corporations invest in the stock market. The stock market is not a reflection of the economic conditions of the average American. Now, I'm not, I'm not an economics person, but I mean, that's just common sense to me. When people are arguing about economics in this country and you want to point to the stock markets where the majority of Americans don't participate in as something good. But because they are indoctrinated and they got their talking points, they have to come out and say shit. And the reason I'm bringing it up, because I think, Howard texted me something today, or yesterday, or one of these days, which was an article about the economics in this country. And I was trying to argue this last week, but, it's like talking to a brick wall. And this is an article that kind of touches on the conditions of the economics in this country and the job market. And then this is dated, well, it was updated 9 hours ago. And it said the job market was already slim pickings. New data shows it got worse. The labor market is becoming increasingly inhospitable in the United States of America as demands for workers continues to wane and job postings are at their lowest levels since the pandemic. New data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics released Thursday shows that the estimated number of job openings sank to 6.54 million at the end of December, settling at its lowest since September of 2020. Hiring quits and layoff rates held relatively steady. The latest Bureau of Labor Statistics report, alongside other labor markets data released this week, provide further confirmation that low fire slug continues. There remains slim pickings for job seekers. And Elizabeth Renner, senior economics at NerdWallet, said her at a News Wallet, job openings can be thought of as looking forward rather than in action than the employer has already taken. Openings single when they are hoping for or not hoping for it to do soon. Renners wrote in commentary issues in Thursday in this way. A decrease in openings for the month of December could indicate employers' uncertainty about the new year. The uncertainty and fallout from sweeping policies implemented by the Trump administration, particularly in areas of tariffs and immigration, have weighed heavily on hiring plans, noted Heather Long, chief economics, Neighbor Federal Credit Unions. Companies studied have pulled their money towards testing the waters of technologies like artificial intelligence, she said. And here's a chart showing the job numbers. The big dip is in 2020 after the pandemic, and then it goes up. And then when was this election? 2024? And in 2020 was Joe Biden, right? I don't want to, I don't want to get the dates wrong, so I won't. And it was 2021, January 2021. Joe Biden took office, and you can see it around 2022, 2021, where the job numbers started to pick up. Right? And then they started dropping. And now it's Donald Trump's turn, and the job numbers are continuing to plummet. Now, the reason that's an important indicator about the economy is because if people don't work, then they can't afford to buy anything. They can't afford to rent. They can't afford to build homes. They can't afford to eat or provide gas. And for some crazy reason, I guess Trump is good with his propaganda. For some crazy reason, people like Sergeant ABC think that the tariffs is a miracle pill for the economy, when anybody with common sense know that it's not, and that Donald Trump is a politician, and politicians lie just to make themselves look better. And Trump do this all the time. Just lie, say untrue things to make himself look better on camera. And one of the untrue things that he was saying, that tariffs is going to bring in money to this country, which was a blatant lie. Anybody with common sense, all you had to do was research a little bit how tariffs work, or even read it on Wikipedia. And you would know he was lying every time he said that whenever he imposed tariffs on this country or that country, it's going to bring more money into the American people's pocket. That was a lie. And then the only way he could have been telling a smidgen of the truth is because I don't know how that level of economics work, is if somehow or another his investments in corporations and investments in foreign companies, how if his implementation of tariffs may have benefited him on the side, him and his buddies. I don't know. because, like I said, that level of economics, I don't know if Donald Trump implementing tariffs on the goods and services coming into America, and then he's invested on the other side, him and his buddies, because most of the American jobs are outsourced overseas. If they benefit from Donald Trump raising the tariffs in the country, that's the only way that tariffs could have benefited anyone in America. But just to bring it back home, tariffs did not benefit the average American. And a prime example of that is the American farmer. Because in the first administration, when Donald Trump implemented tariffs, we as the taxpayers had to pay the farmers tens of millions of dollars in subsidies. Joe Biden became president, and the farmers started getting, assistance from the government, but they was getting back on their feet. And then when Donald Trump became president again, and we're talking about America's benefiting from tariffs, those are American farmers. When Donald Trump became president again, next thing you know, you had the farmers in America asking for another handout because his policies fucked over the American farmer. Now, that's just a plain example, and we did bail the farmers out in his second administration. So if the tariffs was benefiting the American people, why the fuck does every time you implement fucking tariffs, do you have to take the taxpayer money and pay the goddamn farmers? That money is not coming from fucking tariffs. It's coming from us. That's just common sense. You don't even need to do no math with that. You don't need to do shit. You can just look at the farmers in America and see every time Donald Trump implements a tariff, the farmers go running with their fucking hands out to the government and asking for a bailout. I say we shouldn't bail shit out. I say they should go under. I mean, most of our food is getting imported any goddamn way. Why the fuck is we paying these millionaires? And I want y'all to know that most of the farmers in America are millionaires. The majority of farmers in America are millionaires. Don't get that conflated with the people raising chickens and helping out the goddamn community, or people raising produce and selling it beside the road, because we have those too. We do have small farmers in America, but the farmers that was hit hard by Donald Trump's actions when the tariffs are millionaires. That's why they voted for him. Because those greedy bastards didn't give a fuck about the American people, and they only cared about the bottom line and electing this white man so they can make him richer. That's what's going on. The people with fucking money is making money up under Donald Trump while everybody else is suffering. So I said all that to say the economics in this country is terrible. Everything is going up. I can hardly afford shit. It's terrible. So whenever the Republicans, like I said earlier, were accusing the Democrats of doing all of this terrible shit with children, gay shit, all of this shit is what the Republican Party and Donald Trump specifically is guilty of, which is what the rich elite, the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Bill Gates, the Jeff Bezos, the CEOs and corporations owners is guilty of. As a matter of fact, I can segue like this. Because of the Jeffrey Epstein new release, some of the information, now I could have took YouTube clips and played it on the show, but I ain't got that kind of motherfucking time. So you just gonna have to go look for it yourself or believe what the fuck I say, but I ain't got no reason to pull no bullshit out of my ass because I tried to be as honest with y'all can over the years. So trust me when I say that the new release of the Jeffrey Epstein files alludes to how Epstein himself was on 4chan influencing the conspiracy theories about the Democrats that we've heard come from the right. So what am I saying? I'm saying all the accusations is a confession. Because everything that they was doing and involved in, they fed it to 4chan, they fed it to QAnon, and they told them to accuse the Democrats of it. And that's what the fuck these goddamn zombies did when they came out here repeating all of these conspiracies about the left. It came originally from that child sex predator and his group and the conspiracy website 4chan and QAnon. They was feeding QAnon all of this bullshit. It even went so deep as to the fucking conspiracies about the vaccines. Now do your own goddamn research because that shit is in the Epstein files. Because I look at one or two Epstein files, the next thing you know, I'm getting popped up with all these goddamn Epstein files. I'm like, okay, well, shit. That's interesting. Now, I'm not going to validate my claims in that, but I believe it to be true. I'm not going to go through all fucking pages of the Epstein files and present it here in the presentation, but I wouldn't be saying it if somebody didn't present it to me. The accusations from the right is a confession. When it came to child sex trafficking and Pizzagate and Hillary Clinton's associates doing shit with children, the accusations is a confession. Guess what the fuck they doing on that island? Even it went into, people shared the conversation about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump murdering children in the files. Allegedly, I say that shit. Murdering children in the file and actually eating them. This is not no bullshit. I said, what? That's the same shit that they were saying about Democrats. And it's showing up in the files that these rich elite motherfuckers was killing children and eating them. That is some gross shit. It showed up in the files where Donald Trump himself allegedly was involved in this thing called Calendar Girls, which is one of the most disgusting things in this file, where he had underage children and they were judging them before he auctioned them off. And even more fucking disgusting, and I say allegedly, but I'm going to tell you what's in this file that Donald Trump did, is that he was measuring those girls with his finger. And it is what you think that he was doing with his fucking finger with children. Allegedly. And these people continue to ignore the plethora of information getting poured out of these documents. Why? Because they've been programmed to hate the left. They've been programmed to not listen to Democrats. And they've been programmed to embrace everything that their Lord and Savior and cult leader says. If you look at one of Trump's press conferences today, he always lead it off with, this is a Democrat's hoax, or the Democrats is lying. That's because he know it works with idiots like Sarge and ABC. Because they've been programmed not to receive anything else except for what's coming from that orange idiot's mouth. But the fact that you have correspondence and emails of the past before you was president and while you was president the first time, and you are involved in a child sex trafficking ring and all of these heinous activities, and the people that still support you are not calling you out and want to come on here and tell me that I'm lying. They were successful in programming these fucking retards. Well, these idiots. I won't use the R word because I know that's a thing. They were successful in programming these guys. They've got passages in there where Prince Andrew tortured a girl to death, and they got rid of her. They got in there, allegedly, George Herbert Washer Bush was raping a little boy. They got in there that Bill Clinton and Epstein were raping a little boy. I heard reports that Robin Leach, you know, the guy on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, that he choked the little girl to death. All of this shit is in the files. And I'm going to say allegedly, but the shit's in the file because it's being reported not by the mainstream media, but by people that are taking the time to go through the files and screenshot the sections that they report on and validate their claims of what's in the file while showing you and giving you the file number so you can reference it yourself. And all while this expose is going on with Epstein, see, they keep you busy. They keep you busy. While this is going on, they're implementing fascism on the on the streets of the United States of America. They are literally jailing journalists for free speech. You have an example of that of Don Lemon getting locked up for being a journalist and reporting on the news. They are literally shooting Americans dead in the street. We now live in a fascist country. And the entire Republican Party, under the guise of MAGA, has all been swept into being fucking fascists. Every fucking one of you are fascists. There are reports in the Epstein file, I just remember this one, of Bill Gates contracting a STI or a sexual transmitted disease from a lady that he slept with from Russia. And the emails talk about how Bill Gates was trying to get Jeffrey Epstein to tell him how to trick his wife, Melinda Gates, into taking antibiotics without his knowledge. This is the mindset of the white man, y'all. The fascism, the fucking sadistic behavior, the child abuse, the sexual misconduct. This is what I was talking about all these years when I told you these people are evil. I've always maintained that truth, that these savages behave the way that I'm telling you. The reason it's so easy for me to say that is because I'm a black man in America and I have black ancestry. And if I just a little bit concerned about my history, and I watch how we was treated throughout history. They put a bullet in Martin Luther King's head. They murdered Medgar Evers in his goddamn driveway. They lynched black people and hung them from trees. So the savagery always existed in these people. And to remind you of the current lynches, well, Emmett Till, you had Eric Garner, Breonna Taylor, Mike Brown, Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice. They've always been savages. Sandra Bland, always been savages. And now that white people are getting murdered in the damn street, they want to protest. They want to let America know that the government is out of control. White people are now saying that they're being persecuted. White people are now saying this is not justice. White people are now saying somebody needs to be held accountable. What? Did you just hear me say Eric Garner, Breonna Taylor, Mike Brown? Somebody need to be held accountable. Tamir Rice. Somebody need to be held accountable. Now they're saying it. And they want the world to realize that the American government is murdering its people. No shit. This same government been doing the same thing to black people ever since we got here. Growing up as a little boy, I remember countless stories how people were found dead. How things were done with Coca-Cola bottles. We used to have Coca-Cola glass bottles back then. Countless stories of mysterious killings. I don't have no evidence of who committed these killings, but I'm pretty sure it involved white people in law enforcement. So now white America wants to ring the bell, sound the alarms, march in sub-zero temperatures, because they are just now discovering the same shit that I've been screaming about, that the black community been screaming about for fucking generations. And what's so sad about this movement of the death of Renee Good and Alex Petty is that they leave out the name of the black man that was murdered by ICE. They leave out the name of that person that was killed by our government, and there's no mention of the previous murders in this country of black people. That's why you're not getting support from the black community. No, that's part of the reason. The other reason is black people know good and damn well if they show up in the streets of America and protest up under this administration, they'll be just like Don Lemon, who hadn't done a damn thing but winded up behind bars. Because this government is looking for some brown skin, some black people to blame. Well, it's just like I've always said, these people are evil. It's in their DNA. They lie, they cheat, they murder, they torture, they rape. They don't give a fuck about children. They don't give a shit about religion. They don't care about your Jesus Christ. They don't give a fuck. Only the programmed fucking idiots is screaming that Donald Trump is a goddamn Christian. Donald Trump will probably catch on fire if he went anywhere near a goddamn church. Now, I know I've been running my mouth, but listen, I did all this complaining about these savages. It's in their DNA. That's what the fuck. That's how the fuck they evolved in this country. Stealing, lying, manipulating, taking from black people, copying black people, exploiting black people. This is how they look for the Super Bowl. I was thinking about this the other day. For the Super Bowl, they all mad with the Latino performer, Bad Bunny. And they want to have their own halftime performance. But the performer who is headlining, Kid Rock, got his origins in black music. Ain't that crazy? So you want to listen to rap music when it's only coming from a racist that got his origins in black music with Run DMC, and that's okay. But you won't give credit to an American displaying his culture and his talent with a world-renowned reputation because you're racist as fuck. And like I said, they always steal from black people because that's where the Kid Rock started from. And I ain't trying to give him no credit because he's a piece of shit. But the truth is, I think it was Run DMC that got Kid Rock on. I'm the king of rock. Yeah, that was Run DMC. That was Run DMC with Kid Rock. That was so long ago. Whoever the fuck it was, I think it was him. Well, the damn thing is saying Kid Rock professional career in music came as a member of the hip hop group called Beast Crew in 1980. It was a hip hop group that's black. During the time he met D Nice, their relationship would eventually lead him to becoming an open act for Boogie Down Productions, black. But I'm pretty sure that damn song with Run DMC is one of Kid Rock's, ain't it? See, now I'm confused. That's what I remember him from. But anyway, my point is the hypocrites of the right and all of their accusations about black people ain't nothing, or black people or Democrats or liberal or whoever, ain't nothing but confessions from the racist right of America. I want y'all to think, you guys that have been propagandized from the right, I want y'all to remember that everything that you accuse the left of during this last political cycle is everything that the Republicans are guilty of. It doesn't, you can pick a goddamn subject. They're guilty of it. When you accuse the Democrats of wanting to lock people up because they disagreed with the Democrats, what the fuck is Donald Trump doing? He's locking up people that disagree with him. When you accuse the Democrats of wanting to take away your Second Amendment rights, what did Donald Trump just say the other day? Because of Alex Preddy's situation, Donald Trump said we're going to have to take away the guns. You shouldn't show up with guns. When you accuse the Democrats of manipulating children and grooming children, read the goddamn Epstein files. All of that disgusting shit that I just said and more is in the Epstein files, including them eating dead children. Remember all that Pizzagate shit that you was accusing the left of? Look at what the fuck the right is protecting. Sarge or ABC won't come on here and talk shit about their massa. Because their massa gave them their marching orders, and them yes-a-boss niggas, even though with all the information of all of this child abuse and disgusting behavior of Elon Musk and Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and Donald Trump and all of these people on the political right, they will not come on here and say one word in opposition to who the fuck they voted for. Because having humility is not in their DNA. They will die on that sword. I love it. I mean, it makes for fucking silly ass conversations for me. When all of these things that I just named is illegal in America and it's anti-constitutional in America, and these people are breaking the laws in this country, you have this idiot come on here and try to twist the laws and the Constitution to validate his fucking nut-sucking behavior for Donald Trump. It's funny to me. Every time I get on here and I say that's unconstitutional or that's against the law, you will see this motherfucker break his damn neck to twist the fucking laws of this goddamn country and try to validate it through the goddamn Constitution with words that's not even in the goddamn Constitution to lick the fucking orange balls of Donald Trump. That is a fact. And I'm not going to argue with him. I just want him to say what he says out loud. So not only I can hear it, everybody can hear it. I mean, it's crazy to me. And all they have to do, and because this is America, right? And America is a forgiving country. But the only thing they have to do is correct their actions. Is do like some of the people on the right are doing now. Slowly, they're saying, you know what? Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein file over 5,000 motherfucking times. And those files pertain some heinous shit towards children. And those messages between Donald Trump and others in those files, I can't support Donald Trump no more. My bad. I was wrong. Now, you still an idiot, but at least people will see that, okay, this motherfucker, you know, he said I'm sorry, and he probably gonna get some shit talked to him, but at least he woke the fuck up and seen that he's supporting a fucking pedophile. You know, that's what you do. It ain't only about Donald Trump that shows you supporting a pedophile. when you support the Republican agenda, when you support the conservative agenda, the whole party is supporting pedophiles. The entire party, the evangelicals, the conservatives, everybody on the right, Fox News, the right-wing commentators, everybody on the right has access to the Epstein files and see what the hell is in there and see that Donald Trump's name appears over 5,000 times in that file, and you continue to support this political agenda, you are defending pedophiles. And because, you know, I've been programmed to both sides shit, just like everybody else in the world, I will say this right here. If during your time of accusation, you would have presented information against the left or Democrats that associate them with the kind of shit that's in the Epstein files, I would have been the first to say, I'm out. That's my reaction. I would have been the first to say, I'm wrong. This motherfucker's a fucking creep. There's something wrong. I would have been the first to say that. But because you was propagandized and programmed to just repeat bullshit that was fed to you by QAnon and Jeffrey Epstein, you came out swinging, accusing the Democrats of the shit that Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Bill Gates and Bill Clinton was doing on that goddamn island, and they sitting back laughing at your ass. And Steve Bannon, let's not forget about his nasty pussy face ass. He's all in them damn files. There's so many rich people in that damn file. I believe the UK or England had to take more action over there because another one of their leaders was in the file. And other countries are taking action because they ended up in the fucking files. What's his name? ABC said No, I called him your mama. Oh, you must be talking about. ABC said I'm a moron. What the fuck did I say to be a moron? The reason that ABC is saying that I'm a moron is because ABC has been indoctrinated with this red pill, right-wing, manosphere, black woman hating mindset that comes from the people that he listened to, like Tucker Carlson and everybody on the right. And now that his fucking sick, sadistic mindset is being exposed by the release from the government of these files, I'm a moron for stating the goddamn truth. This is the fucking propaganda and brainwashing that I'm talking about. He just made, instead of him saying, you know what, it's fucked up that them children went through that. It's fucked up that those millionaires and that cabal, that's your word, right? And that cabal of rich white men bought an island and was trafficking kids. Instead of him saying, you know what, it's fucked up that when Trump got in charge, he's redacting names and hiding information. It's fucked up that the victims, after all these years, have not seen justice. That ain't got shit to do with Tyrone. That's got something to do with your fucking morality. Right? Instead of him saying that, he wants to call me a moron. But I'll take it because I know what's going on. So listen, I'm going to shut up. There is so many other things that's going on the internet. Melania Trump had a movie that flopped. Trump testing girls in a sick, sadistic way with his fingers in the files. I don't know what else. So I know I ran my mouth, so I'm gonna see if there's anybody on the line that wants to holler at me. All right. If y'all want to call in, just call into the number at 1-717-908-1834, and I'll get you on the line here. And I'll give you a chance to run your mouth and say whatever you got to say. But ain't nothing I said tonight a lie or wrong. All of that shit is in the Epstein's file. Listen, I think the most way you're gonna get traction if you want to find out about the Epstein files is to get on the now taken over by the right wing TikTok and listen to that. And then I guess you can do a YouTube search and you'll see people going through the files and reading what's in the goddamn file and showing you the goddamn file and giving you the file number. That's my test point. Is if they give me the file number and I can Google it, then I know that they just repeating what's in the goddamn file. What's up, Miss Elisa? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Yeah, Tyrone, the British guy you were talking about, who was from the Labour Party politician, Peter Mandelson.
Oh yeah,
He's
yeah,
one of
that's
the
him.
latest. Yeah, there's somebody else over there too that they got a big mess going on with him, and it's more that's gonna come out. But you just said something that you said you wasn't wrong about something. There was something you was wrong about.
What's that?
You said that Donald Trump was in the Epstein files a little over 5,000 times or 5,000 times, whatever that was that you said.
Uh
Well, allow me to please correct you.
huh.
This is from Google. Based on a review and extensive justice files released by the U.S. Department of Justice as of February 2026, Donald Trump's name appears thousands of times, with estimates from the New York Times and other analysts as of January 30, 2026, released identifying over 38,000
Wow.
times.
Well, yeah, I was
So
wrong.
I just
I
had,
appreciate that.
yeah, you was wrong. So I just thought I would, help out on that little piece. Because when I heard that the other day, I knew it was over 5,000 or 5,000 plus. And then some articles that I was reading, and they said it's estimated because it's so many. And analysts in the New York Times and different things like that, they said it's at least 38,000 times. Now you tell me that's just crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, and they was doing sick things in that Epstein file. I mean, I didn't even touch on some of the crazy. I touched on a lot of vulgar stuff, but that was just a piece of it. These people are sick.
It's so much until right now because it's taking people time to go through a lot of that stuff. And what you talk about with Epstein and 4chan, some articles are starting to come out about that right now. So, yeah. And,
Yeah, they was basically feeding their base
yeah,
all of these conspiracies.
yeah, a lot of that stuff is coming out because it's two articles I saw on that from MSNBC, was it Vanity Fair, and some other places. They have some articles on that. And so it's just, and then one person who I was not surprised is some pretty salacious. These are just allegations against Clarence Thomas and, like you said, George H. Bush. And they think one of the allegations, they're not sure if it's George W., but they think it's George H. and not W. And all this stuff is just. I see why they were trying to keep all this stuff quiet because I will say I don't know if I put a lot of them are found. Some of the things are allegations. A lot of the things are allegations. But where there's smoke, there's fire. Do I believe everything that's in them? I'm not sure yet. I believe a lot of it, but I don't. I'm not sure yet because
Well, yeah,
there's
you
so
can't
many to
believe the
go.
entire thing, right? You can't believe
No, you can't.
but the fact that those people are in there and they're having conversations, just their presence in that environment, there's something wrong.
It is some. The one that I found was kind of, it's not funny because it's nothing funny about this. Like with Jay Z and Pusha T were mentioned. And I'm like, what? Oh my goodness, whatever. They had something to burn them. And then once I got into it more and had it explained, I was like, oh, I see what that is. And I'll tell you that that's the funny part that they were mentioned. But the FBI had gotten an anonymous tip that something about that they probably was doing with underage girls. And they log all that stuff, right? They log everything. They said it was an anonymous tip. And some people were saying it probably was 50 Cent because he don't like neither one of them.
Well,
So, and I was just like, this thing has gotten so crazy till it's just craziness.
yeah, yeah. I wanted
I
I
just,
wanted to say something about that too with Jay Z and Pusha T. Listen, those people
uh huh.
run into circles with millionaires and all that kind of stuff, so they probably are involved in some sick shit. But people are taking their eye off the ball of all of these rich white people that's in the Epstein file, and because a black name showed up, that's all I seen for a little while. Videos getting made of how people are unfollowing Beyonce and unfollowing Jay-Z and
Jay
all that.
Z,
Yeah, and I was like, okay, well, okay,
that's
but like you
another
said, it
some
doesn't.
anonymous tip.
Yeah, it wasn't in the files like these other men are in the file.
Like these other people.
Yeah.
No, if
So
somebody called the FBI and gave an anonymous tip, it could be true,
yeah.
or it's a good chance that it's just a hater that called in to put that out there. So we really don't know. Cause
Yeah,
it's
but
like
they were
Al
so
Gore,
willing to jump on Jay Z and I'm like, Jesus Christ,
yeah.
what the
And
hell?
instead of getting a little bit more information, just like Al Gore was mentioned in the Epstein files, he's not in them. He was mentioned because they asked Jeffrey Epstein, I think it was not asked, it was emails and some things, and how the reason Al Gore name was in there is because the person asked Epstein, what about this, that with Al Gore? And he said, I don't recall ever meeting him. So that's how Al Gore is in the Epstein file. Because somebody asked him, because they have everything. And he was like, I don't recall ever meeting him. So he's in the Epstein file. And and I was talking to my mom. What's the guy from CBS Late Night Colbert? He addressed it because his name came up in the Epstein. It's just so many people, but there's going to be a lot of names, and he was in there because the emails was going back and forth, and somebody told him to watch Colbert's show because they talk. You see what I'm saying? Just innocent things, but people like that aren't in there. In there, their names was just brought up, like Michael Jackson was brought up, and from my understanding, it was a show or something that he put on, or and so, but these other people that we're talking about, you take like Bill Gates, he was running around on his wife with prostitutes and stuff, and like he said, I'm ashamed of these things, but that I've done, and so, but it's some people who are in there, and then Elon Musk was begging to come to the island.
Yeah, yeah. People see these these people are dumb. Even though, listen, people got it messed up because they are millionaires and they have all of this money. They think that these people are making the right decisions, but these people are just as corrupt as anybody else that is penniless.
Yes, they are. And Elon Musk's daughter came out. Elon was like, I was not in wherever it's near where the island was at that time. And he has a trans daughter, and she came out on. It must have was what do you call it? Twitter, X, whatever you call it.
Hmm.
I think that's what it was, or it could have been uh, IG, but probably was Twitter. And she said he's lying, and I was like, Jesus Christ. That they was over in St. Bart's that very weekend, and she got the receipt. And if she find out any more, she will tell it. And he hasn't responded. But that's his daughter, so he hasn't responded back to her. But the fact that he was begging to go over there and trying to make dates to go, and it's just that just show you how much of a creep.
I wouldn't put it past him
And
being. I wouldn't put it past him going to the island. And here's why.
he probably was there. He might
Yeah.
just have to be on the plane to go over there
Well,
because they had
those.
people break. She said they was in St. Bart's have a helicopter taking them over there.
Yeah, because those emails. Listen, they're important, right? And they tell us a lot of information, but that's only a smidgen of the information that we have. Because we don't know what these people was doing outside of these emails and what trips they took and who they spent their time with. So I wouldn't put it past Elon Musk showing up on that island and doing some crazy thing, just like George Bush. Well, they said George W.
George
Bush, H.W.
H.
Bush, did that to a little boy, and him, Bill Clinton and Epstein double teamed the little boy. I wouldn't put it past Elon Musk getting on that island doing stuff like that.
Well, we don't know is H because when I heard that one about George H. Bush, remember he used to be head of the CIA, and I don't put anything past anybody. I would just think that he would have had better sense because he had privy to all that stuff back when they was doing it.
Well, I immediately
When
believed it. I immediately believed
I didn't,
it because
I didn't
George
mean it. I
George
didn't
H.W.
because I
Bush,
didn't. I mean,
to me, whenever he was president, he acted a little fragile. That's just my interpretation of it. I was like, there's something wrong with this man, but I don't know. That's
I
just
didn't
me,
really.
allegedly.
I didn't really believe it. I don't know whether or not I do believe it. I'm not saying I'm up on the fence when it comes to that. But because of him, he used to run the CIA, and he had privy to all that stuff they was doing over there during that time. And you would have thought that he would tell his sons, "Don't y'all fool with that over there." You would think that because all of that stuff that went on, just like those that are in charge right now, they know what all. Like you take like president, different people like that, they know what all is in those files. Uh, Biden knew what all was in those files.
Oh yeah, all of them
Barack,
know. I'll even go
all of
down
them,
to say,
Barack,
yeah, I would say him too.
all of them knew.
I ain't gonna put
Barack
Barack
knew.
Obama in the same boat
Bush,
as everybody else, but the fact that he
no,
had
but he
knowledge,
knew.
the fact that he had knowledge of
No,
that, that he just is
no,
wrong.
when Barack Obama was president, they all knew. They all had access to that. They all knew what was in those files. Clinton knew what was in those files. W knew what was in those files. Hillary, all of them know what's in those files. Whether they did anything or not, but because so yes, Barack knew all was in those files. Biden did. You could not have been president and have had an idea. You had access to all of that stuff. Come on, Tyrone. They all knew.
Oh yeah.
That doesn't mean they was doing anything, but certain things they cannot talk about because of national security. They probably sit back. I hope it all comes out one day. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, they all knew whether they did anything to try to stop it or whatever. They all knew what was going on with that, and for whatever reason, and a lot of it is legal reasons, they could not say or do, or maybe they could. We don't know, but they all knew what those people were over there doing. Because if they got all these files, these all of these files existed, so not all of them, but the bulk of them existed for decades. So you're not gonna tell me that they didn't know. And you had some states and leaders and things from other countries and stuff that people, all kinds of people were involved in that stuff. Yeah, they knew. Will it ever come out why they didn't say anything? Because how could you not be president and have access to to that type of that type of filing, that type of information and stuff? Of course, you have access to it. So I just think, like, even though we see it now that it's bad as it is, it's much worse than we think. It's much worse than we probably even know.
Oh, without a
But
doubt.
the thing is, it's much worse than what we know. And I think because it's much worse than we know, and like Jeffrey Epstein, a lot of information is coming out that he was working with KGB, Putin, and all of them. He was working with Mossad and all of them. And I think how they got him for recruitment is because they had stuff on him.
Yeah, there's another
And
tie that
Putin
people.
and
There's another tie that
Putin
people
said
ain't.
mentioned thousands of times too. His he mentioned thousands of times himself and Russia up in the file.
Yeah, there's another tie that and this is just Tyrone thinking. That I don't think people are exploring right now. But Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein is a Jewish name. So
Yes, he's Jewish.
yeah,
He's Jewish.
so him and Israel and all of that stuff. I mean, they was there was probably some connection there, but because everybody gets labeled anti-Semitic and all this kind of bullshit, they ain't talking about that connection between him and Israel, and
A
which
lot of people are though. A lot of people are talking about it. A lot of people have been saying that for years that he was working with Mossad. A lot of people have been saying
yeah,
that.
I seen that I heard that like last week or something like that. Who's this unknown
We've been
caller?
talking about that for years now.
Miss Lady, hello, how are you?
What's up, Miss Lady? How you
Hey,
doing?
Miss Lady.
You gonna have to wash your hands after you leave this conversation tonight.
Oh no, I'm not.
Allegedly.
I'm
What is
I'm
Tyrone?
following.
Allegedly. Allegedly. I gotta put that out there, but allegedly. But no, it's not allegedly that people have been talking about this because I heard about this 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That people allegedly saying that he was working with Mossad. So that's not like a secret, but allegedly. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Miss Lady. I had to get that out there.
Miss Lady? Oh, it looked like a phone call dropped. But you can call back in. I don't know what happens when this thing drop lines.
Yeah, call back. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. But I had to get that allegedly out there, for the channel.
Yeah, but I mean, this thing is bigger than what people imagine. All the tentacles go everywhere. It probably touches so many people that we're not even thinking about. And these celebrities and these millionaires and the top 1%, these people are sick in the head, and everything is playing out. Like I've been describing white fucking people for a long time. These people are fucking sadistic. They I mean, they just are. All the evils that they've done to people throughout the history of this country, including the transatlantic slave trade, they haven't stopped doing that stuff. They probably some place on this planet right now where you have the European man got somebody enslaved and taking advantage of them and abusing them and all this kind of stuff, along with the Arabs. These people are sick in the head. All of them are sick in the fucking
Well,
head. The only moral people on
we
this
got
planet is black people. I mean, we do some crimes and stuff like that, but nothing on the level of this bullshit here. This is crazy.
well. I agree with you on that. On the level of what this is, because our people didn't have power, but our people can do some degenerate things too. But on this level, no. Black people, black men on this level, no.
No,
But
no, we
we
can't
do
even
have.
touch them because these people are shopping internationally for little girls. They got agents working in different countries, emailing Jeffrey Epstein about how about this little girl, sending them pictures and all that kind of shit, and then they putting them on planes and bringing them to the island and keeping them there as slaves. That's basically what they were, sex slaves.
Yeah, that's true. But did you have a lot of these sex trafficking from a lot of African countries too? And that's African people doing that. We have trafficking here in this United States of young black girls, and that's Black American people doing that. So, I mean, Sarah, we gotta tell the truth, shame the devil. In every race you have this, but we don't. I would say that our people not on this level that we see
Yeah, that's my
here.
point. If
I
whatever other
yeah,
people is doing is not on the level of these people that own
not
all
on
of
this
these
level.
businesses, these corporations,
No,
these all
no.
this money, just going and creating an entire
And
island
nowhere,
of sex
not on
trafficking.
this level. Not on this level because we don't have our people don't have the power to do things like this. Not on this level. Not on this level.
Yeah, they just can't let go of slavery and controlling other humans. doing whatever they want to other humans. And this should tell white people that they don't give a fuck about you. The elite don't give a fuck about you. You just so racist that anything that the white man is doing, you want to go along behind them. And it's gonna be your downfall. Cause black people been saying this shit for generations. We've been saying this shit, and now everybody looking around. Oh, yeah, they shot a white woman, or they shot a white man. Black people been getting shot every goddamn day in this country by these people, and y'all don't bat an eye.
That's why I was watching Charlamagne the God. He was on his podcast that he had with Schultz. I think it's called the Brilliant Idiots. Yeah, it's there. And Andrew Schultz said, I just didn't think that this could happen. If you could see Charlamagne's face, he said, "What you think this couldn't happen to white people? Just say it. Just say it." We're talking about the execution that ICE did with those people. He said, "You just didn't think it could happen to white people. Just say it. Say it." Well, yeah. But I just didn't think this could happen. That type of execution by some form of law enforcement has always happened in our community.
Well, and unfortunately, we got a parallel example to Alex Pretty when you look at Philando Castile, because he had a gun license, and he had his license in his car concealed, and the police just shot him dead. And people were trying to blame Philando Castile. I remember that video. That was one of the worst videos that I've seen, listening to his girlfriend screaming, all that kind of stuff. But it's the same thing that happened. This is the same thing that happened to Alex Pretty, where he had a gun. He was licensed to carry the gun. He didn't draw the gun, and he was killed by the goddamn government. But people were trying to blame Philando Castile for his own murder.
And what's the black woman who they had came to her house? She called the police.
Oh yeah, yeah, the lady with the pot of water.
Yeah, she got shot in the face. Same thing happened to Renee Good. Got shot in the face. After telling, I'm not mad at you, I'm just gonna, and same thing happened to her. So people are just surprised. Just say it. You're surprised that these things are happening to white people. They've been happening. And I'm not the biggest fan of Charlamagne the God, but I had to respect him for that. When he said, you just surprised that it's happening to white people. Just say it. Just say it.
That's what it is. Sonya Massey, that was her name, Sonya Massey.
Yeah, Sonya Massey, yeah. And they put him in prison, for 20 years? And I don't know,
yeah, they came up with that like maybe a week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and that's, in my opinion, that's not long enough. He needed to be in there for life.
Yeah, and people was on here debating whether the pot of hot water was validated enough for that cop to shoot her like that. I'm like, Jesus Christ! And they only had that position because she's black, and everybody black. I don't give a fuck if you 2 years old. Everybody in this country black is considered a threat. Even that lady in her nightgown with a pot of water in her hand. They were trying to validate that. Yeah.
And you know what? If his partner had to testify, told the truth against him, because she was even shocked that he did that, he might not have been convicted. Because I forget the man that was on the bridge, and that police officer shot him and said it looked like he was reaching in the car to get something when his window was up. And it was a look on his face. You remember that?
Yeah, remember they shot that from a helicopter, right? I think that's the one we're talking about.
I don't know if it's a helicopter or what she said, but she shot it with a look on his face. And I just knew he was going to reach in his car and get a gun. Reach in his car and get a gun, his window was up. His blood was splattered on the window. So these kinds of things, they happen. And many white people get killed unjustly by the police too. These things have been happening. And everybody's gonna act like they've been happening, always been happening. And now folks are surprised. I saw a video where this white woman was drunk coming out of a bar. You know, she had a cat fight or something was going on up in the bar, and she came out the bar, the police was telling her to stop, this, that, you need to whatever. He picked that white woman up and it didn't take all that. And body slams her down on the on the street, on the asphalt. It didn't take that type of hardline abuse on that woman, and she was drunk. She was drunk. So I mean, that type of stuff, that type of stuff is going on a lot with us, mainly with us, and white folks get killed too by the police.
Yep, that was Terrence Crutcher. I found him, and I've got the picture on the thing. I think that's what you were talking about there.
Which one? Yeah, that. Yeah, that.
Yep,
And
just
it was like, and she was saying she could tell from the look in his eyes when she was on CNN. They had did an interview with her, and I told him he was gonna go, and the window was up. There's blood on the window, and they let that woman go scot free. And that other crazy cop who went up in that man's apartment, remember that? And his family was kind of want to give you a hug. And remember, shot that man in his apartment, and they gave her something like 6 or 7 years. You remember that one?
yeah, that black female judge came up there and gave her a hug.
And the boy's brother and father gave her hug, and the mother was the only one that was like, she was like, her husband, her son had lost their mind. She was the only one that did not do that, his mother.
Mm-hmm.
But the father and his brother went up and gave her a hug. I just could not believe it. I would have pretended to go up there and give her a hug and knock her block off right there. In the courtroom, they would have been locking me up.
Yep, and this Renee Good and Alex Pretty, the black community. I mean, it's terrible, and I hate that those people was murdered like that. But this stuff been going on for eons with black people.
So forever to black people, and not just us, not just black people. They kill the Native Americans that is down there. They just come off the reservations and they wrangling and drunkenness in the street. Woo, the murder. The killing that go on with them as well.
Yeah, they killed the Native Americans. So yeah, the Native Americans. I mean, we got it bad. Well, I ain't gonna try to compare who had it the worst, but the Native Americans get their fair share too. So they really do.
Mm-hmm. So they do. How they get treated. So these kinds of things been going on since forever, when the creation of the police. So, I mean, this is not new. And they're going to act surprised because two seemingly regular white people, one got shot in the face and the other one had guns emptied on him. Oh my God. Well, where have you all been? Where have you all been?
Yeah, and the thing about Pretty is we watched them take his gun and then shoot him for no reason. He wasn't a threat. He was on his hand and knees, and they shot that. They murdered that man.
I watched that one, and the only reason I watched that one after they put out the videos is so I could discuss it. But normally I don't watch. I don't know. Maybe it's a thing when it's our people. I don't want to see it. I cannot watch. All those videos and stuff that people are talking about, I've never seen them. I've never seen them. People who I trust and what they've seen, I go by that. I've never seen any of those videos or anything like that. I don't watch that stuff. So I was able to watch the Renee Good, but you didn't see much because he was inside the car. But the Peretti man, I did watch that. That was one of the worst things I had seen. But maybe because it wasn't us this time, I was able to watch that. I was able to look at it. Just once. I didn't need to see it for one time. Just so I could discuss it. But these kinds of things have been going on for the longest. I mean, the longest.
Sorry.
Everybody is surprised.
Sarge is just infected because he just put in the chat room, Terrence Crutcher was killed by a DEI woman cop who had no business being on the job. This dude is. She was killed by a white racist piece of shit, Sarge. That's who she was killed by, and she ain't had shit to do with DEI. She was just a racist, scared of a black man.
Got nothing to do with DEI.
Yeah, and I believe he was a kind of, not was like a heavy set, a large black man. So that won't nothing but fear right there.
That's him with the hat and the glasses on, sunglasses. But
Yep.
that had nothing to do with DEI. Let's not try not to make excuses for deplorable, deadly behavior. Had nothing to do with the DEI.
Yeah, Sarge, you got some problem, brother. You need to go and talk to whoever you need to talk to about your issues and how much you hate black people, because that's the core of your problem, is that you hate black people and you love white people so much that you're willing to say anything publicly. I mean, it's like I said, it's funny to me, but I mean, I think it's a sickness, brother. You need to go get checked out.
Oh, and remember I can't remember all these names, but it was he was a young man. I don't know if he was still in his teens, maybe 18, 19, 20 or whatever, and he was in a group home because he was suffering from mental retardation. Something was wrong with him. And he was outside with a truck, a little toy truck.
I think so.
Thought it was a glass.
Oh yeah. They no. You were talking about he was laying on the concrete with his hands up, right?
The boy that was in the street, I think he was Latino or he was another POC. And the black guy who was one of the counselors in the group home that he was in ran outside with his hands up and said, "Don't shoot. He is such and such. It's a toy." And the police came and they told them to get down on the ground. They was in the street. He was trying to keep them from killing the boy. And they was down on the street with their, hands, how you do the spread or what you call it, spread.
Yep, I got the pictures on the thing.
Him.
Charles Kinsey.
And the police, they still shot him. And that was a white man. So is that DEI?
Sarge is crazy.
And when people was like, I hate to have to go about what white folks say, but a lot of them was like, this is crazy. They were laid out in the street. He finally got the boy calmed down. They were all laid out in the street, spread eagle, and the police officer still shot the black man. He was the counselor. And people was like, now this is crazy. Why did you shoot this man? And I forgot what the police officer's excuse. I don't even remember what happened and what all. I know the black man sued and got a big old pile of taxpayers' money. That much I do remember. I think the police officer was fired, but I'm not sure about charges. I would have to look that up. But that was just ridiculous. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. So and that has something to do with DEI, because that was a strapping Aryan who did that.
Yep, and the thing is, whenever these white people that shoot or murder black people come up with their excuses, everybody rallies behind the lie that person who shot the black person. They all rally behind that shit, because Trayvon Martin still bothers me. They had an audio tape of that kid screaming out, and they had the 911 call when they told George Zimmerman to not follow him. So and then
they were sending the police.
Yeah,
the police was gonna come and question and do the thing.
Yeah,
he did that anyway. I never listened to any of those the tapes and things from Trayvon Martin. I didn't listen to any of that either. That broke my spirit, and my spirit has remained broken since then. So because of that. So.
Yeah, and George Zimmerman just followed and murdered that boy, and next thing you know, the whole country was supporting George Zimmerman, selling Trayvon Martin propaganda, and George Zimmerman tried to sell the gun on eBay that he shot Trayvon with, and all this kind of bullshit. And that was a high school kid that was murdered, and this country is sick in the head. There's just sick people in
Listen
this
to
country.
me. But I tell you one thing, all these gangbangers out here, ain't nobody did nothing. It was one white man that was trying to shoot and kill him. Remember that?
Yep,
I hate
yep.
to bring that up.
Well, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. Black people will
I hate to bring that up.
black people will defend
And
white people with
everybody,
their last breath, but when it comes to trying to stand up for black for the black community, they won't bust a damn grape.
what do they call them? YNs and stuff. I saw a video with some of them out in the street in Chicago just shooting up, and the people had to run from the block. Or Cinnamon still walking, but some white dude tried to kill him. So, I mean, really, because when the white dude recognized that that was him, child, he tried his best to kill him. So, but ain't none of these gangbangers, these YNs, what I think that's what you call them, that be out here causing havoc in the neighborhood. They didn't do anything. They didn't do nothing.
Nope.
So everything is just all messed up in everybody's community. Tell the truth, shame the devil. We just don't have no power. Our community doesn't have any power. So
I agree
it's
with you,
awful.
but
If we had power, I would like to think we would rule that power better than how it's being ruled now.
well, we
I
got
would like to
jackasses.
think,
We got jackasses in our community telling people not to participate in politics. So we
there
we,
you
we
go,
got that. You know that's confusing every damn body.
vote the couch and all type of, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Well, I'm waiting for this Epstein list to kick in. I'm thinking that this is gonna move the needle a little bit because you can't ignore all this shit that's coming out. There's no way. I mean, we've been getting Epstein leaks and all that kind of stuff, and all of it's bad. But with this right
All of
here
it.
is naming people and having text messages, people talking about dropping this girl off and all this kind of stuff. I mean, I moved the needle a little bit, but not enough. I don't know what it's gonna take with these
Not
people.
enough. Not enough, because I've seen a lot of uh, mayonnaise. I was watching one of the bloggers who I follow, alternative media, and he had some mega ask him. He said, "Well, you over this SD files, this, that, third, and the fourth. What do you think is so wrong when somebody has sex with a child?"
Mm.
And the person who he was talking to never answered him because he was thrown off. That somebody, he said, this is where we're at. I can't believe this. This is where we're at. That an adult would ask a grown man would ask me, what is the big deal? So what is wrong? What do you think is wrong with having sex? And he said, he used the word grape. Uh, he asked me what was so wrong with raping a child? Not sex. It's rape.
Well, that's
And
something
he said,
similar. That's something
this is where
similar to
we're
what
at right now.
That's what something similar to what Todd Blanche said. And Todd Blanche is the Deputy Attorney General of the United States of America. I'm gonna put his face on here. I think he was on CNN
Yeah.
somewhere, and he was sitting down talking to the reporter, and he was telling her, well, it ain't against the law for people to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. And when I heard that, I was like, every lawyer in this country should be fucking on the lines or on TV or somewhere saying something when he just made a blanket statement validating all of that shit in them files by saying there ain't nothing wrong with hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm not a lawyer, but I do know what Todd Blanche said is wrong because Jeffrey Epstein was in the process of committing crimes when people were just quote unquote hanging out with him. So it is something wrong for you to be involved in a crime and hanging out and partying with that criminal. So Todd Blanche, there's something wrong with this administration when they try to downplay all of this foul shit. And then, you heard other people after he said that, well, there ain't nothing wrong with them partying. Yes, the hell it is. There's everything wrong with partying with Jeffrey Epstein while he's in the middle of committing fucking crimes. That makes you a culprit. That makes you culpable for the same shit Jeffrey Epstein is doing.
It does. Because if I knew someone that, say if I knew someone that, and I know those are the things that they're doing, I'm not going, I'm not going, I don't want to work for them. I'm not going to go have a cup of coffee. I'm not going, I don't want anything. I don't want them in my aura. I don't want them that close, especially if I know that that's what you're doing. And it's nothing wrong. I just, that's what we ask Tyrone.
Yeah.
People, because there are people called up here who do the same thing.
But in a
And
normal
they,
world, that guy probably loses his law license. But I don't know what the hell gonna happen today.
15 years ago, they probably, well, 15 years ago, he would be shunned. But now people are making, you got Megan Kelly, you got all these people out here making excuses. So what? What do you think is wrong with having sex with a child? First of all, it's not sex. It's great. Uh, I don't know. That's what I don't know. We have people calling here. Everybody is guilty except for Orange. Everybody's lying on him. Everybody was lying on him back when he wasn't president, when he wasn't even thinking about being president. They were all lying on him because they knew one day he was gonna. I mean, the excuses. And the thing is, I was talking with my brother. He was like, the people got Orange so blackmailed up. He liable to shoot off a nuke if somebody tells him to, because he is so blackmailed because of the things that he has done. He got into that presidency so he could steal. This is just my opinion, Google. So he could steal. And people got all this stuff on him. He's being blackmailed to the hilt. That's why he's doing a lot of the things that he's doing. Because he's being blackmailed for some of those things. And for people to still, to this day, this is what happens when you vote for a felon.
Yep.
This is what happens when you put a felon in the top spot. This is what happens. And like in the Constitution, I was listening to some of us, uh, one of alternative media, and they were saying that the forefathers, when they put together the Constitution, and I remember like I was saw a documentary about Benjamin Franklin, and he told a lady after they had all had it done, yes, she said, what happened? He said, we have ourselves a Constitution, and he said, for however long that lasts. Now you take like the forefathers who put that thing together. I don't think they ever thought that they had to put all of these, but that's what the purpose for amendments are. But to amend certain things, because they couldn't have seen and foreseen how life would be where we are now. And I think if they did, they would have things in the Constitution, the 23rd, however, they would have had in there anybody that is convicted of a crime, found convicted of a crime, and all these civil lawsuits and things like that. They would have put that in there. They cannot serve public office, but they never would have thought that in the year, the new millennia, that the people would vote. His first time running, you knew he wasn't any good. There was already hints and stuff as people talk and articles and things going back to Florida, investigations and stuff with him and the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. People were talking about it before he won the first time. But then the second time, after the insurrection and all of that, people still voted and they put a felon in office, a thief and a felon, with all of those civil suits and judgments that had come across, had happened to him over the years for lying stealing. He's accused of all types of things from a whole host of women, the implications of the SC files, and I forgot how many felonies does he have? 30 or 37?
34.
How many other felonies? And you put that, people voted for that, and you're supposed to want people who are above reproach, where they have nothing that they can blackmail these people for.
Yep.
And people, because their life isn't going the way they want, they're hateful, they're racist, they're bigoted, they're misogynistic, misogynist, they are xenophobic, they are homophobic, all of the phobics that there are, that you will vote to put somebody, because not thinking that this person has a top job, that dictates your life as well and the future of your children. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, yeah, I mean, and the sexual stuff with Donald Trump, it kind of came out around the time Stormy Daniels and the rest of those women, including E. Jean Carroll, was talking about Donald Trump's behavior. They was telling us what's in these damn files. This is how he acts.
People were telling us when he ran the first time.
Yep.
About this. Everything they were talking about it the first time. And all those allegations, all of that stuff was out. And people voted for him. And then after he got the felony and the civil suit responsible, and y'all vote for him. That just tells you how hateful people really are.
Yeah.
So I keep saying that you don't care nothing about your children, because this person is going to be in charge of you. What you're doing right now, and it's liable to affect the future of your offspring. And because you want to hate somebody and point a finger, that's stronger than. And I said this on TRS, that people like that who voted for Trump, they don't give a damn about their children. And I caught some flack and some pushback off that. Everybody was saying, well, you can't say that. That's not true. Yes, it is true. Look at what they're doing to the education system, the healthcare system. They've got rid of all, they're working that, Project Tuesday. All of these things will affect your offspring. So, and I stood by that, and I was saying, I don't care what none of y'all say over here. Those people that voted for this man, they do not give a damn about their children or their offspring. And I don't want to hear, because you were affected, you were tricked. You weren't tricked. You were tricked. You were bamboozled. You were lied to. Well, you knew, even if you didn't believe when people were saying that's not true, even if, just hear me out, even if you didn't, if you were saying some of all that stuff they're saying is not true, even if you believe they just coming after him and he's not so bad, he's a businessman, even if you believe all that stuff was lies, he's still a convicted felon. And he was still found civilly responsible for sexual assault. If so many other people can be president, you don't take a chance on that. You could believe whatever you want to believe, but somebody's still a convicted felon, and he still was found civilly responsible for sexual assault. And you took a chance on that, with all the millions of people in the United States who could be president. Even if you could pick another George Bush if you must go Republican. Hey, just pick Jeb Bush. Pick somebody else. You still don't put the convicted felon over your sovereign and the future of your children. You still don't do that.
Right.
You have to be more savvy than that. You can still like them. If he come up with a new grift, send them all of your money. Empty out your bank accounts. Trust them. Love them. Who cares? They have been convicted of things. They have felonies. They have civil lawsuits. You do not put that in charge of your sovereign. You don't do that. But we got a lot of dumb people in this here.
They are.
We do.
I mean, I know I'm saying the majority of these motherfuckers are stupid. And if you're on the left, you don't participate in politics, so I ain't gonna call you stupid. You just not participating in politics. But the people that participate in politics, I think most of them people got brain rot. On the right, anyway. On the right. On the right.
On the right, yeah, I agree with you. Got brain rot. You don't take a chance on anything like that. You can love that person as much as you want to, but it's because I supported Bernie Sanders, and if people start coming up talking about all this stuff with Bernie Sanders, this that, regardless, and if he got convicted of just 2 felonies, I'm not voting for him. There's other people you can choose from. I'm not voting for him. So I mean, come on.
Yeah, let me.
I didn't like.
Let me. I'm gonna play this audio so y'all, cause I didn't want to get it right every time I talk, but you gonna hear Todd Blanche say what I was just talking about. Here he is.
Well, some of the people we saw on camera at the rallies. Well, some of the people we saw on camera at the rallies. Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein, and some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look
lunches
like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right, and unfortunately, photos can't speak, and so we need witnesses, and we
Are there videotapes that you all have, or?
See, he said it's not a crime to party with Epstein, which is a lie, and it's not a crime to email with Epstein. The context matters. If those emails are talking about shipping fucking children, then that's a goddamn crime. If those parties are in the presence of minors and those parties are during sex trafficking activities, then that's a crime. But they run this white motherfucker out in front of public on Fox News to try to validate all of that sick shit that we see in these goddamn files, and tell Trump and to tell Sarge and ABC that it's not a crime to party with Epstein. That would be true if Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a damn pedophile, or if Jeffrey Epstein removed himself from the criminal activity of being a pedophile and a sex trafficker and just showed up at McDonald's at a party and you showed up too and nothing criminal was going on. That's not a crime. But if you're on that island, or at one of his locations where teenage girls are walking around and you know why they there getting abused and trafficked, then that's a crime, Todd Blanche. But this is what they do. They trot out these white fucking people in power, and then they say shit like this, and the next thing you know, you'll have Sarge calling in, it's not a crime to party with Epstein.
And Tyrone, and may I add, there's underage, there's children there, and adult women that's been trafficked in.
Yep.
From a sex trafficking is a crime. So even with the adult women that's been trafficked in to service, that's a crime. The children and the adult women and men and boys, that's a crime. And they've been brought there to the party to service, that's a crime.
Yep.
I think it was in Nevada, 1 county or 2 counties, I have to look it up.
Yeah.
In Nevada, sex work is legal, but you can't traffic nobody from there.
Right.
Someplace else, and somebody from someplace else there. Sex trafficking is a crime, regardless of age. And sex trafficking minors is worse crime. So if you had a party, and you know they have women there, and you know that they have women there to service, they've been trafficked in from other places, and you go there and get service, you go there and you just, I mean, come on. And they're going to sit there and start a crime to party with.
Yeah, it's crazy. See, and that's why I said I'm not a lawyer. But soon as I heard this little clip on YouTube, I said, there's something wrong. This guy's a lawyer, and they should be lawyers all over this statement right here. He should get debarred or whatever they do to fucking lawyers, and because he's providing bad legal advice on a international level, and he's going against his code or whatever lawyers have, and telling people that it's not a crime to party with a criminal. That is a fucking lie. And I don't know, but see, because he's in power and he's white, he gets to sit up and say shit like this on Fox News, and white people will listen to it. And then next thing you know, they'll say, oh, that's him trying to devalue the impact of the Epstein files being released. Yeah.
And you throw Bill Clinton up in there. Now, he might testify that he had nothing to do with the underage. Okay, Bill, I see you.
No, go ahead.
If you were messing with prostitutes that was trafficked in, you committed a crime too. That's still a crime.
Yeah, the Clinton.
Just because you had nothing to do with underage and these were prostitutes trafficked in, you committed a crime as well.
I think what the Clintons are doing, because they play this game. Bill Clinton is in those files. What the Clinton is doing is they playing Trump game. The Trump administration said we need to see the Clintons, and Hillary, I think she's heading this thing up. Hillary is saying them motherfuckers ain't gonna never put us on a hearing in public. So we're gonna say that we will come testify in public. That's what they're betting on. They're betting on Donald Trump.
No, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, they playing a game right now. They ain't gonna you ain't gonna never see them testify, because Donald Trump know if they testify, Bill and Hillary Clinton, especially Hillary, ain't gonna keep her mouth shut about what all Donald Trump is involved in. They know that. The Clintons, if they going down, they gonna bring fucking Trump down with him. So Donald Trump don't want that to happen. And I think it was today. Today he was they did a clip of him saying, you know, I really hate that they going after Bill Clinton. I was like, what? What? You the one naming Bill Clinton?
He know they know. They know because Clinton was president when a lot of that stuff was going on. So and Hillary was his wife, and she was also Secretary of State?
Yeah.
Up under Obama. So she probably knows more than Trump do. And if they want them, I forget the Republican that's trying to haul them in.
Jim Comer.
Yeah, he wants them to do it behind closed doors so they can cherry pick what they put out and then turn right around and seal the rest. And they're like, no, we will talk. We have no problem. We always say we have no problem coming to testify. But under oath, but we want to do it publicly.
Yeah, so that's what made the Clintons so bad, because they know how to play this game, and I know good and damn well, even though they said that they're gonna do it publicly, they know that they will never testify in front of a hearing publicly. That's why she said it.
Well, both of them, they're very savvy lawyers. Both of them are lawyers, they're savvy. So it's just like, well, if y'all say okay, then probably whatever, if Bill was messing around, so let's just say people start messing around allegedly with the underage, and he was messing around with adult prostitutes, which I'm sure he was.
Well, I mean, defense.
The statute of limitations part of being ran out on that.
Mm-hmm.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If he was dealing in traffic grown women, whatever that was back then, the statute probably done being ran out on that. So if we're gonna if y'all they question say that you can do it publicly, Hillary and them will sing what they know.
Well,
that's why it's never gonna happen.
I think that if they do say yeah and everything comes to a hearing, I think Bill and Hillary smart enough to go up there and deny, and then say I don't recall, or say I plead the fifth on every question that pertains to them. But when it comes to Donald Trump and questions that pertain to Donald Trump, they gonna spill the damn beans on this. So I think that if they got a plan, they got a plan. I don't know what it is, but
Yeah, they do. They got a plan. Those are two savvy people. Very intelligent, very smart. They know how things go, and they smarter than these people here that they dealing with. They smarter than them. And you like you said, I will not. They will plead the fifth, but they will say
yeah.
everything else that they know.
And Trump don't want that. That's why he's backing off of Bill Clinton now.
He's trying to back off, and eventually that's just gonna just go away quietly. But you're right, they're gonna plead the fifth on anything. But if let's say Bill does cop to some stuff, it's gonna be stuff with the statute then being over with.
Yeah.
Everybody knows he's nasty. Everybody knows he's nasty. So he might cop to some stuff and being over with. Everybody knows he's nasty. Everybody know how he was even back when he was governor of Arkansas. Is it Arkansas? Yeah, of Arkansas. He might cop to a few things, and they plead the fifth. And I don't know what all Hillary's involvement, but she knew whatever. But they will cop to plead the fifth. Bill might cop to some stuff that the statute being over with that won't touch him.
Yep.
But they will.
All they have to do. Go ahead.
They know some Democrats there is gonna ask them some questions. They sure that.
Yep.
That there's some Democrats that's gonna ask them, and some independent or whoever, they're gonna ask them some questions about the current administration and current people, and because they under oath, they gonna sing.
Yep.
They already got it planned out. They gonna sing.
Yeah, because under oath, a lot of these hearings, a lot of people say, I don't recall, or what else do they use? I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth, and I don't recall.
Not to incriminate myself.
Yeah.
They're gonna say all of that. He might cop to some stuff that ain't that's been statute, and they know that certain people gonna ask them some things, and because they under oath, they gonna sing.
Yeah, they're gonna give Hillary the mic, and the waterfall gonna start flowing about everything she know about Donald Trump. Because to be honest with you, and I'm gonna give Hillary Clinton credit on that first debate, one of those debates that Hillary Clinton had with Donald Trump, she was already telling us everything that she could without the pedophile stuff about Donald Trump and his association with other world governments. She did. She was telling everything about. Nobody listened though.
Hillary, I can't stand her, but that's a smart woman. Clinton's smart too. He's just nasty.
Oh yeah, she's smart.
But they will bring down that because they know the stuff, Tyrone. They will bring down that whole administration. So that's why I don't get why they're going after them. They should know that. Clinton's been playing that type of slick ball since they entered the national stage.
Mm-hmm.
They've been slick ever since, and they will bring down that entire administration. So, if they take it there, that's because the Republicans want to bring it down.
Well, they won't, because they know Hillary will not shut up. She will name names.
No.
She will just go out there and spill it. And then and it really don't matter. It don't matter really. I'm just thinking. It don't matter really if Hillary and Bill get in trouble right now. I don't think it. I don't think it would matter. They may have to pay a fine or something, but they smart enough not to get themselves in trouble.
They don't want to do that, but they will let the flood open. Their mouth will open up like the floodgate, and they will tell it all. And that's why Trump trying to back down. I suspect all of this will just be not talked about anymore. The people, I thought they found him in contempt. And like people were saying, and other experts are saying, y'all managed to go and hold him in contempt of not appearing. The Trump administration, y'all so bold to do that. The same thing can turn around and come back on Trump and Melania and the rest of them people too. So what is it y'all doing?
Yeah, Melania. I mean, she was a fucking international paid for bride. That's what Melania was. She was one of those models that rich men was buying and passing around. And now she's the first lady. But all of her stuff is coming out too. That's what she was. I went back on that Wayback Machine one time where she was selling herself to fucking people for money. So, I mean, and then she's mad now because her movie came out and flopped.
So,
Nobody want to see her.
All of them people. So I do hope that they call the Clintons bluff, because they already got it fixed up on it.
Yeah, I want to see it.
I hope. I do. Oh, yes. They liable to do something to them people, allegedly, to those two. But I hope they do call the Clintons bluff and say, okay, we'll do it. It'll be televised. It'll be everything. I hope they do. Because the Clintons already got something planned for them. And the floodgates is going to open. They know how to do this. They're not stupid. They didn't get to the heights that they did being stupid.
Right.
Slick, and I don't like neither one of them. But they didn't get to where they got by being stupid. Those highly intelligent people. And they both lawyers. So I hope they do. I hope they call that stupid old what's his name? You said the one that
James Comer. James Comer.
Yeah, Comer. Let's see how smart you are, Comer. Let's see you call a bluff and say, okay, we'll do it publicly. Let's see if you do that. Let's see. And they asked Caroline Levitt, well, how come Trump seemed to be pulling back? Well, because he said that the Clintons, they were always gracious and nice to him.
Trump is the one that was yelling Bill Clinton name. Clinton's is in the file and all this kind of shit. And now
when they flipped that script and said, okay, we'll do it. We have no problem doing it, but we want it public. Then now it's well, I liked him, and I bet you do.
Yeah, Hillary ain't dumb. I give her that. She ain't. She know how to play these people.
That's a slick woman. She actually won the presidency.
I think she did.
No, she won the popular vote. That's what I'm speaking of.
Mm-hmm.
She won the popular vote. So if we were to do away with the college,
the electoral college,
the electoral college, something we should have been done. Had we gotten rid of that, it's antiquated. Had we gotten rid of that, she would have been the president, not Donald Trump, because she won the popular vote.
Yeah, Trump ain't never won the popular vote.
Well, against Kamala, he did.
No, Kamala Harris won the popular vote. Let me pull that up again.
No, Trump won the popular vote by a slim margin.
I must be thinking about them early results after the election.
No, he won the popular vote. It was a slim margin. He keeps talking about it was the landslide. No, it wasn't. It was one of the slimmest margins dating back, whatever it was. But I don't believe he won that. I believe they did something. But that's just conspiracy. But he won the popular vote.
Yeah, it says 49.8%. So yeah, that was really close.
Yeah, but he did not win 50% of the vote. That's
the
problem.
Yeah.
He didn't win 50% of the vote. So it was a slim margin that he won the election. He keeps talking about it was a mandate. It was the mandate.
Hell, he almost lost it at 49.8.
He almost lost. Had them fools probably. I do think that
them people voting for Cornel West and all of that shit.
Cornel and Stein and those people, had they not voted, Kamala would have won that. But I still think that something was done with the election, and I think allegedly Musk had something to do.
Yeah, Elon Musk, they stole that. They stole that election. But the Democrats ain't. The Democrats is too scared to call it out. I mean, it's clear.
They're too scared to call it out.
Yeah.
Because Biden probably, all of them know, but the national security. The hell with that, the country going to Y'all know that man is blackmailed up by Putin and stuff, and y'all worried about national security. He coming in to tear down the country. So just tell it. They know too, but they're not telling it. So yeah, I wanted to call the bluff on Hillary and Bill, drag them up and have them come up
Yeah, I
here.
love to see it.
And
I really would.
I want to see that.
Because like you said, I don't give a crap about none of them.
Will.
I don't give a crap about
I
none
don't
of them.
think we will. I don't think we're going to see that, but I hope we get a chance to see it. I do. I really, really do. Because they know all what's going on. Both of them do. And both of them too slick and too smart to allow themselves to get played. They're not going to get played. They're playing you now. That's what's happening here. They're playing you. And the public is going, well, if they say they want to do it publicly, let them do it publicly. So we have to see what the hand will be played, how Coleman and go play their hand.
They don't want Coleman and them is too busy sucking up to Trump. They don't want nothing negative to come out about Donald Trump, so they ain't gonna let Bill and Hillary testify.
But think about it this way: if Coleman called a bluff and they testify all the cameras, everybody all over the world will be watching. All over the world.
Oh yeah.
Will be watching. If Coleman them allow that to happen, they in on it. They want it.
Oh, they
They want the regime to be brought down. If Coleman and them allow that to happen, they want the regime to be brought down. That's the only thing, because they know Clinton and them can bring it down.
And another thing going on the Epstein file, and this is just Tyrone, is it looked like Epstein was offed by somebody that was really angry with him, and I think it was Donald Trump. That's allegedly. I ain't got no proof of any of that, but that man did not kill himself.
Well, there's some stuff that after I'm gonna pull this up and try to have it ready for tonight. But there's some stuff that came out in the Epstein file, because people, it's still so much to go through. But some stuff went on down there in Mexico.
Oh, I heard about that.
You heard about? Okay, yeah. I ain't gonna get into it because I can't put it into words, because I was gonna pull it all up so I could read all of that. And that makes a lot. That whole thing that went on over there in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds about right.
These some sick people. The people that America has put in charge of their corporations, their institutions, their government. These are some sick people. They sick. And the Democrats can run around like their hands clean too, but they're people that are Democrats that are involved, and they're sick. Rich white men are sick as shit.
Bill and Hillary involved a
Yep.
lot more than them.
Yep.
Involved. So they may not be involved into it in the private G part, but they involved. They're involved, and they know all about it. But next week I'm gonna get that information about. I can give you the video to play, but people would have to be able to see it, because some of the things, the names and stuff that was on that, and Epstein was dead in 2 weeks after all that went down.
Yeah. I mean, listen.
You heard about it.
Yeah, there is no reason, according to what's coming out of these files, because Epstein had all the cards. He had the videos. He had the emails. He had the girls on his side. He had all the cards against people of power. There was no reason for that man to kill himself. And if he would have stayed alive, eventually he would be doing just like Maxwell, manipulating that system to benefit him. So there was no reason for that man to hang himself. None. And he knew that.
Nope. And after I heard that, the stuff that came out about Mexico in the Epstein file, I was like, okay, my mind went straight to there it is, right there. There it is.
Yeah, I heard
Uh,
something today. I
I
didn't get into it about the leader of TMZ. One of the leaders of TMZ
yeah,
was involved in that stuff.
I didn't get in. I heard, but I didn't get into it to find out why he was up in the Epstein files. I was gonna look all that up, but I didn't get around to doing that, so I can't discuss that. Because I said I was gonna. It's just every day as people are sorting through the material, and that's just a small dump. Uh, it's just I don't know. It's just so much for the people to sort through. That's what I said. I wasn't going to even bother about trying to go in and look at it myself. It's just that different people who I follow, different alternative media, when they pull it up, then you find out what's true that's actually in there and what's not true. And there's so much for them to go through. And some of the stuff that you're hearing that people are taking piece by piece and putting it together, it's just awful.
Yeah, cause I'm not going to do it. I mean, I catch these
I'm not gonna do it.
I catch these people reading the file, and if it's something that be validated, I'll repeat that. But if it's somebody that ain't validating nothing and just saying stuff like I'm doing right now, I wouldn't try to validate that stuff. But these
No, I was
people,
trying to.
yeah, these people actually show the file where it is in the file, and they actually give you the number on the internet where you can go look it up. And ain't
And
nothing
they
that I
break down and they bring up other articles
yeah
that went on during that time and stuff.
yeah yeah
I
yeah
will
yeah yeah.
listen to that because stuff like that. I will listen to that because it's all over the thing that not all over. And somebody had put out, and this was found to be false. So you got to be careful with everybody putting out all this stuff. That Epstein has said this was false. Epstein has said that no, they didn't want any black women on the island to be trafficked because Trump doesn't like black women. He thinks he stays 10 feet away, like, because they boogers. Some kind of foolishness.
Mm.
And I said, that don't sound right. Because Trump has dated black women in the past. There's pictures with an ex-black girlfriend, and he has admitted to Howard Stern that, yes, he's had sex with black women and stuff like that. So that don't sound right. Uh, but what was in the Epstein, and none of that was true. Somebody made that up, put that out there because they know it's like 5 million documents was released. And that was not true. I was hoping it was true, but I knew that part about Trump saying that wasn't true. And I was hoping it was. But what was in the Epstein files, because I had to look that up, when he had his people to go out and get girls and to search girls and to bring in girls, they had a requirement, and he really didn't want girls of color. He
Right.
wanted, I guess, that's what black girls. He wanted girls. He didn't want women of color, and so that's what he said. No black women, no women of
Well,
color.
they ain't no
But
black victims,
yeah,
are there?
yes, that's
They,
what I'm saying. But that part, no women of color, that was in the file. But whoever that he was discussing it with, that's not true because one of the main accusers, I don't know if she identifies she's black. She could be part. She could be mixed race, but she's black. And there were other black women that did it. Naomi
oh
Campbell. I'm
yeah,
not saying
I
she
see this
is
lady.
mixed.
I
Never
see this
was.
lady. Yeah, this lady. She mixed or something.
And Naomi Campbell has been reported on the flight logs. I'm saying, yeah, her. Not saying that she did anything, but so that part still wasn't true. And they had, and so, but the part about not wanting black women, women of color, he said no black women or women of color. That's probably what he told them when they out trying to recruit. but it's not true because some of the other there were some other black women. She's just one of the ones that's more vocal that were there. I was hoping it was the truth. I don't care what the reason is. You don't like black women, you think that whatever. I don't care. I was hoping that that was true, but it turned out that some of Trump don't like black women. That's not true. He has admitted he's had sex, he's had dated black women and did the same, and there's pictures of him and with black girlfriends, so a black girlfriend and stuff. So I knew that part couldn't be true, and then that was found out to not be true. But I was like, people just putting out stuff, you know.
Well, yeah,
I
all
was
these people
hoping
got
it
deep
was.
ties. If you make it to a certain level in society as far as money, then you're aware of all of this crazy stuff that go on. And then I don't know details about what these rich people do, but with stuff like this coming out, then you can see that this whole dang on cabal of rich white people, and sometimes they speckle in some black people in there. They all doing freaky, crazy stuff.
So
When they
I don't know.
when they have rumors about Hollywood and all this kind of stuff and what people do, I listen to that stuff, but there was no proof of none of that stuff. Now there's proof of what these people actually do with P Diddy,
It
Bill Cosby,
is.
and Epstein and Harvey Weinstein. All of that's evidence what these people do.
Yes, it is. And I heard there's all types of rumors as far as Trump and Omarosa. I do believe he was messing with Omarosa.
I
I do
don't think
believe
so.
that. Mhm.
I
I
don't
do.
think so. I think that she was just an
I do.
employee.
Nope. I do.
I don't like Omarosa, but
I
I
don't
don't
mind
think.
Omarosa. I
Well,
like Omarosa. I don't
I
mind
don't
her.
like the position that she took when she was defending Trump, all that kind of stuff. But she woke up. But
I don't.
for her to
She
take that
woke
position,
up. I like Omarosa. Because Omarosa's a sharp woman, smart woman too. Yeah, she looking for fame. But I always felt that they had something to do with one another. Cause she looked just like a black Barbie doll, and I used to see how he used to look at her, and he put money behind Omarosa. He helped to get her show. She had her own show for a while, and when Omarosa turned on him and put out all that information about him,
hmm
remember when she turned and wrote her book?
yeah.
Did he come after her and sue her or any of those things?
No,
No.
because
You know
Omarosa
why?
probably know a lot of stuff that's going on.
Yeah, but also, he know Omarosa playing the game. That's what you do. You turn on, she didn't tell no deep dark stuff. She just told some stuff that was already told. And she wrote a book and made her, it was a little bestseller, made her some money. And as far as Trump is concerned, that's what you do. You turn on people, you double cross, and you get some money out of it. He never really tore her up like he did some other people and came after him. And I'm telling you, I think it's because him and her had something to do with one another. And there's another black woman who I really, really like, and it was put out that she she dated Donald Trump, and I refuse to believe that, but something in my gut telling me it might be true. I'm not gonna put it out, but I just tell you, Tyrone, Google, just Google. You see who I'm talking about. Don't say because I'm not gonna put that out because I don't want it to be true.
hmm
But I think I deep down I think it's true, but I hope it's not true because I really like her and she's a pretty woman and everybody know her. We all know her. You know her. We all know her. She has a TV show right now and she's just pretty as she can be. And I hope that that's not true. I hope that that's not true. But because of her ex-boyfriend, who she had a long affair. She was seeing him for years. He admitted it. Omarosa admitted it.
she used to date Donald Trump.
You know, you see who I'm talking about.
There ain't no way.
Don't say the name. But her ex-boyfriend Google the ex-boyfriend. Who did she used to date? And then you compare those two.
So they say she had an abortion.
I don't believe that. That's what I don't believe. But type in.
I'm gonna have to start side eyeing her now. Well, she done woke up, but I'm gonna have to start side eyeing her now. Jesus Christ.
Just type in who was her ex-boyfriend, and you tell me that it's a possibility that she dated Trump too. Type in who's her ex-boyfriend.
Who the lady ex-boyfriend is?
Yeah.
Well, I pulled up a whole article with them two on the thing.
With her and Trump?
Yeah.
No, just type in her name and her ex-boyfriend, and you see who the ex-boyfriend is. You know who he is too.
Oh, hold on.
And they were out. I mean, everybody knew that they were dating for a few years, for years. You know him too. I like him. You know.
Well, there's a couple of really? That's my man. I'm gonna say Prince's name. Is that who you talking about?
No, she was very Prince. No. This dude is white, but her and Prince were close for a couple of decades. I'm talking about Prince. This is a white man.
I see her and Lawrence O'Donnell.
Okay, you telling who it is.
I ain't telling the woman name.
Yeah, but everybody, a lot of people know she used to date Lawrence O'Donnell, and she was very close and dated Prince a little bit here too.
Okay.
But yeah, Lawrence O'Donnell. So you look at him and Trump. As far as the looks department, ain't much difference there.
Yeah.
I like Lawrence O'Donnell. So that's why I said I refuse to believe that. But something deep down is telling me it's possible.
Yeah, it could be possible,
Possible. That's why I don't want to say it, because I like her.
Well, she's all right now. I'm going to have to side eye her too a little bit. Good Lord.
Don't side eye her. That was before he was president. So.
Well, everybody's waking up since he got in the White House as a racist. So there ain't nobody really trying to attach themselves to him now.
So, neither one of them never denied it. I guess it was like, I'm not even going to dignify myself to even discuss that. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes you say I'm not even going to lower myself or dignify myself to discuss that. But if I was famous, if somebody put that on me, I'd be up on top of that. To watch their monument, that ain't true.
Well, yeah, because they don't deny it. Of course, that means that there's some validity behind it.
It could be something behind it. But if somebody had said that you were having an affair, an alleged affair with Melania Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I immediately deny it. Yeah.
I would be careful to watch that monument. I would mountain climb that thing and stand up on the top denying. But that is not true. And I'd be like,
but then, and to be honest with you, back in the day, I could see how these relationships could happen, because I'll be honest about Donald Trump. He wasn't the same type of person that he is now. That's when rappers.
He was a crook, though.
Yeah, rappers were putting them in this song, and people was looking up to Donald Trump and all that kind of stuff. So maybe back in the day, these things could have been possible,
That's what I'm saying. So I still don't want it to be true. I don't want that to be true. I don't. But so that's all. I was hearing all that stuff. I was like, that's not true. What people are saying. I don't know. It just seems like the world is just completely falling apart here. So I don't.
Well, I think white people are just letting us know who they really are. And then if there ever is an end to whatever period we going through now, people don't need to close their eyes. They don't need to forget what they're witnessing. They don't need to forget that these people are supporting pedophiles. They don't need to forget that Donald Trump is a racist. Black people especially don't need to forget none of that. What's going on, Sister Ottawa?
Hey, how are you? Boy, y'all can go on for a long time. You know, this, if we had taken the time to study the people who we live on the planet with, you would have known the history of these people. It's in their nature to be deviant. There's a book I had mentioned years ago to you all called Poonerology. Ponerology. It was written by a guy by the name of Liveritz. The book is about 100, maybe 150 years old. And he wrote about his own people and the evil that they committed on one another.
Mm-hmm.
So during the enslavement era, we experienced all of this. Black men were sodomized, black women were raped, abused, mutilated. All these types of things have been going on forever. But we never debriefed ourselves of it. So now you hear it's coming out and white folks doing you know, it's like everybody's surprised. It's always been. It's always been. So I wish we would take the time and read about some of the experiences that we've had, that dark people on the planet have had. And you'll know who you're dealing with. This is not nothing new. So that's what I wanted to say. You all have a good evening.
All right, all right. Well, you're absolutely right. These people are the same people that did all those horrific things to African Americans, and it's documented about them making furniture out of our hair, and some people even cannibalize African Americans. That's documented too, and feeding babies to alligators and castrating black men, and
Absolutely.
yeah, all of that stuff is documented what they did to us. But white America is now feeling just a little smidgen of what black people have been going through, and now a
They
little.
like one another.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what these white folks are doing to one another right now, Tyrone. Look all over in Europe. They bombing one another.
Yep.
They've been going on doing all kinds of things to the women there. This is it's very, very much so prevalent.
Yeah, because they don't have the ability to correct them being wrong against humanity. They find a way to put it in secret or do it another type of way or make it legal and hide it and all this kind of stuff. They ain't got the ability to correct themselves.
And you see, if we took the time, if we talked to one another about what really has been going on, our grandparents knew what was happening without all this technology.
Mm-hmm.
They tell us who these people were.
Well, that's the thing. Is black people been telling these stories about what's going on with white people and how deviant they are for a long time without the technology. That's why I remember as a boy how we would hear stories about black people getting Pepsi Cola bottles stuck up on them and all this kind of stuff. But we don't know who did it. We knew it had to be white people or police officers that did that type of stuff. But that type of stuff been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
They just ride around this country and kill at random.
Next one y'all was talking about that y'all didn't want to mention her name and all that kind of stuff. Allegedly, who is this woman that dealt with Trump?
Well, I ain't gonna say it. I'll let Elisa tell you.
Why? We're adults.
I know we are. But since Elisa said she didn't want to say it, I ain't want to say it either.
The only reason I wouldn't say her name because we don't know it to be true, and because we
Well,
don't
you
know it to
use
be
the
true,
word allegedly all the time. What's your name?
Elisa?
Alisa. Yeah, but because Yeah, allegedly, but I'm talking about white folks. But when it comes to black women, things that are not proven to be true, I'm not gonna put that out on there. That's just something that I choose to do.
Let me say this to you. Um, Black women have been abused and misused forever in the workplace, in the neighborhoods, you name it. And we never had a recourse to fight for our personal rights. Okay, there was no one that we could, no court we could go to accuse a white man of doing anything to us. On the job, we took the sexual innuendos, the touching, we took it because we knew if we went and reported it, we would lose our job, we would not be able to take care of our families. This is something black women have been experiencing forever. And we do need to talk about it. We do need to talk about it. We don't because we don't feel like what's going to come of it. Let me go on and, try to have some kind of peace. But this is not new.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one reason we don't talk about things is because we feel there's not going to be any recourse to it. But if we just talk to one another about what experiences we've had, we can teach our younger ones that they might learn another way to deal with this thing. But this is something that black women been dealing with forever. Your grandparents, my grandparents. So this is, it's something that needs to be talked about. We can't be hiding behind it. That's why so much is going on in our communities today because we don't talk about it. Stuff going on in our families and we don't talk about it. And we should be putting
That's true.
folks in jail because of their behaviors, even
That's
in the
true.
family. So
I
we
agree,
got to
and I'm
stop
all
being
about.
this is immature. This is childish behavior that we can't talk about these things. It's childish. So
Okay, let
we
me
need to
say
grow
this.
up.
Let me say this. What I am doing by not putting her name out there is smut gossip.
I'm attacking you. I'm not attacking you about that. I'm
No,
just
I
speaking
understand.
on
I'm not.
what it
I am
is.
not
Okay.
saying because this
Okay.
could very well be. This very well could be smut gossip, and because it has not been verified, neither of them has spoken on this. I don't want to put smut gossip. Now this is just somebody who knowingly and willingly, if it's true, went into a relationship. There was no abuse, there was no nothing like that. There was abuse or something like that, or something somebody got pulled into against their will, against their mental will and all of that. Yes, that's the kind of stuff. But somebody choosing, if it's true, to get into a relationship with a sleazy man, and it very well might be just smut gossip. I don't want to add to that. Not on top of a black woman because we have been through too much. That's why I'm choosing not to say her name. I knew Tyrone would find out who I was speaking on, but this very well could be smut. And that's why I'm not going to, it's not going to come out of my mouth to put it out into the atmosphere, to put it out here and we're online, it's the algorithm. I can't add to it because it's not true. If it were true, or we had something, like I said, Omarosa, I believe that, because that ain't going to hurt Omarosa, because most people believe that. Not most, but a lot of people believe that. But this woman, this very well could just be gossip. And I just don't like to gossip about smutty things as it relates to black women because of our history. So that's why I'm not going to say her name. That's why.
Well, let me
That's
check
the
this.
only reason.
Let me check this other call.
Go
This
ahead,
other line. Who's this on the line?
Hi, Tyrone. Yeah, I hung up because it seemed like I couldn't get a word in earlier, but and it's okay. It doesn't bother me. But I called back in, a couple of hours later.
Mm.
Anyway, um, I don't, it's just so much depravity going on. There's they've been I think Sister Adwa and I talked about this years ago about how when children are tortured, they release certain chemicals in their blood, and that's what these Satanists they want that blood to ingest that blood because of that chemical that's released, and I don't know what that chemical does, but it when someone's under severe torture and terror, some kind of chemical is released. So they're doing
Really?
all kind of there's all kind of depravity. Yeah, I've been knowing about this for years. I started listening to David Icke, and then I branched out. There was someone named Kathy O'Brien who was a registered nurse, and she talked about her child sexual abuse. I don't know if all of her story is correct. I believe some of what she says. And then it just went on. There's people that have talked about it and tried to stop it that have been offed off. I can't remember that. This was, and I'm talking like over 10 years ago. I've been knowing about all this kind of stuff. That Eyes Wide Shut movie was just the surface level of stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
like I was saying the other day, the director, after that movie came out, he mysteriously died unexpectedly. I guess he was showing too much. And so there's all kind of depravity. I was listening to someone, I think it was Jimmy Dore, Dore. He's been uh, talking a lot about it. He has a show on YouTube. He was saying about, I don't know where he got this information, but babies, little girls are taken and the labia is cut, and then they feed the baby the labia. I don't know how. I mean, it's just crazy when you think about how crazy who even thinks of these things. So yes, all that crap, all that is really satanic. Ball worship, um, what do you call it? Sex work, sex. What do they call that? When they rituals. There's
Mm-hmm.
just so much depravity, and that's why none of us should want to exchange places with these people. Don't envy these people. Don't want what they have. No, mm-mm,
Hmm.
absolutely not.
Hmm. I've
But
never
we was
heard about that. I'm about to look other about the body excreting certain, you said, types of hormones and things into the blood.
I think it's called
Uh
adrenochrome.
huh.
Yeah,
And
adrenochrome.
then adrenochrome.
Yeah, I wouldn't put
So
nothing past none of these people.
and I knew when I saw that temple on that island, I said, "That's a sac. That's where they're doing all those rituals." And allegedly there's other places as well. These people have these mansions and these places that are isolated where they're enacting all this stuff. It's here in Europe, everywhere else. So it's I don't I, I don't think it's going on in Burkina Faso though. It ain't going on there. I doubt it.
I doubt it too, sister.
So yeah, it's that's why, I try and stay prayed up and do the right thing and apologize, when when I know I need to apologize, and because this world is a planned net to encapsulate everything and to be up under the control. And I really believe there are higher spirits. There's good ones and there's evil, satanic ones. And that's the ones a lot of those folks worship. And they get a lot of power and money from that. I absolutely believe it. Because
Let
it
me.
doesn't make sense. It
Yo,
doesn't make sense. You sit back, why would they do all that? Why?
I don't know, Sister Ottawa. You got some noise coming from your line. I don't know what's going on there.
Okay, well, I'm going to mute myself.
Who's this unknown caller here?
yo, it's ABC.
What's
No,
up,
I
buddy?
put in there A. But hey, I just wanted to say welcome to the dark side. Us conspiracy theorists, you've been talking shit about us forever. Now it's all coming to light, and all of a sudden you give a shit.
Okay,
So
so since
glad
you
to
wait
have
a
you.
minute, hold on. Since you made that
No,
blanket
I'm
statement, wait a
talking.
minute. Since you made that blanket statement with no validation, the difference between you and I, sir, is that there wasn't files and evidence and pictures of these people engaged in this behavior. You just took a conspiracy led by Jeffrey Epstein, fed to QAnon, and repeated it, targeted at the left and liberals. There is no evidence that the left and liberals are doing this type of stuff, but there's all sorts of evidence that the right, with the Republican leader Donald Trump, is involved in this stuff. Now, until you say that, that the party that you support is the one that's been doing the things that you've been accusing the other side of, then I'll listen to you. And that's why I titled the show Accusation is Confessing. Because as you was accusing the left of doing something, it was a confession by the right. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
What you saying is that you still are young and naive in this thing. You still talking this dumb shit about left and right. They all in on it, man. And that's
No.
why I don't vote.
The, the,
That's what
the,
I'm talking about.
you were the
How
one. Wait a
well
minute.
you
Hold
don't
on,
vote
ABC.
anyway. You said
You
something bad about this one, so you must support the other one.
no,
All these
listen, brother.
dummies gonna
You were the
vote.
one. You were the one saying that the left was drinking adrenochrome. You said that. You
Well,
said that.
hold
Tyrone,
on. Let
but
me
I'm
let me.
sorry, guys. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, guys. There's a lot of interference. You can't hear too
Well,
well
that's
over
Sister
here.
Ottawa line. She must be getting ready to say something.
Oh,
But go ahead, ABC.
Yeah, as far as that adrenochrome, I mean, I don't know if I said somebody's drinking it, but I have talked about it as something that
Okay, so who did
people
you
have
say was
done.
using it? Who did you say was using it?
Hold on, man. I, what? I don't know if I mentioned somebody's name, but what I've talked about is that these devils who are running this stuff are pedophiles and evil and our government is captured by these people and they control them. And I talked about the Jews being the main part, the Zionists, as far as the ones
Don't forget about
who have
transgenders.
hold on. Well, look, the transgender thing is part of this agenda. But the ones who are controlling all this stuff, they use that transgender LGBT, and it's also to corrupt the people and get you all screwed up in the head, so that you are so out of your mind that you will actually back and support this chaos, which is bringing down the whole population. They got you supporting these people who are pushing this sexualizing of kids, all this shit in the schools, in the grade schools, telling kids about Johnny's got two mommies and shit. You will defend that because you're a partisan and you defend your team. And I'm telling you, it's on both sides. Just like this whole thing about these guys messing with little boys, messing with the pedophiles. There was Republicans back in the day that Speaker of the House was it Tip O'Neill. They had some of these guys that was the guy who used to be a coach at a high school or something. They busted him with all kinds, and he was a Republican with some little boys or some shit like this. These people are Diddy. They're the Diddy's before Diddy. They're Diddy's granddaddy. These people was already doing all this kind of shit, and I got it from all kinds of sources. Me and Miss Lady were talking about David Icke the other day, Alex Jones, and it ain't like I follow these people religiously, but I'm saying I'm willing to take information from wherever it comes from. That's all it's about.
Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought my line dropped.
No, it was me. Yeah, you was repeating the propaganda about the left and the liberals and Pizzagate and child sex trafficking and all that kind of stuff. That's all you did.
Pizzagate, you're right.
Okay, hold on. You were saying Hillary Clinton's assistant was involved with child sex. Be quiet, because you aimed everything at the left. That was y'all whole thing, was saying that the left is doing all of these heinous things with children. And now in 2026, when you see all of these kids and victims and Donald Trump name and Elon Musk name and all of these people on the right tied to all of this fucking nasty ass shit, and there's some people on the left, I'm not even going to sit up here and say that there's not, but you ain't said shit except for you continue to support the Republican Party. You continue to say that the left is doing all this kind of bullshit when it's not true, and that there's not one, now you can tell me if I'm wrong, there's not one transgender person in that Epstein file. And you just sit up here and said that, we were teaching the kids the two daddies and all this kind of bullshit. That's got something to do with homosexuality and transgender. Now, you show me them people in the Epstein files. What you're looking at in the Epstein file is a white power dynamic of white men taking power over children and manipulating others through blackmail and murdering and eating babies. Your side is the one that is murdering and eating babies, ABC. Why don't you come out and say that Donald Trump is a goddamn the worst kind of person you could think of, and all of these Republicans that are defending him is the same thing. You won't say that. The left ain't involved in that shit like that.
You see what you're doing? You still trying to make it this left right.
Because y'all did.
No, listen. And you just now said out your mouth that the left ain't involved in no shit like that.
I didn't say that. I said but both people involved. I said both.
What was the last thing you said? That was the last thing you said.
I said the left ain't, well, when I said what I said, I meant the left name don't appear more than the right name. We hear Bill Clinton. We hear Bill.
So it's a matter of who's the most is what you want.
Yeah. Big is better.
Why stupid shit, man?
So we hear
all of them devils.
All of them is. I'm not gonna argue about that.
Look, my only thing is saying, and the reason I hit you back on the left, or hit you back on this Democrat, is because y'all come on here, the people like you, come on here and you just drill and drill. The right is the devil, and Trump is the devil, and the Republican and conservative, that's evil, and all this stuff. As if we get rid of them and everything's gonna be okay. So then I was like, hey, what about this guy on the left? What about this shit? What about Pizzagate, which you said was bullshit and all this kind of thing?
It was.
Man, I don't vote for the presidents and all stuff because you're going to be vetted to get to that part. Obama is part of that shit. You wouldn't say that, would you? And I ain't even saying
well, you give me evidence. You give me. Okay.
Hold on. I'm telling you how you said something earlier when you first started talking about it ain't hardly these left people's name in there or something. And you said I was crazy and I didn't provide any evidence. I'm telling you, the reason I got to the point where I understood about adrenochrome and these guys messing with little babies and eating them and shit like that, it's so sick. Nobody wants to talk about it, but you get it from research, from listening to what this guy's talking about, looking at what they're saying over here, finding some stories over here. There's different information, same way I put together the COVID thing. Ain't nobody gonna lay it out. Okay, to Mr. Tyrone Thompson, this is what we plan on doing. We are going to eat babies and molest little kids, signed the devil.
Okay, so I see where you confused that. That's the reason that I titled the show Accusations Are Confessions, right? Is because whenever, listen to what I'm saying, and you listen to what I'm saying, but you touching on the reason that I titled the show this way. What you're saying is what you was fed by the right wing. They gave you a narrative and they told you that the left was doing all of these heinous things with kids. So you came out here and you repeated it. But what the confession was, it was actually the people that was feeding you this bullshit actually committing these acts. So now you're stuck with Hillary Clinton and Pizzagate and all that kind of bullshit because they was telling you the left was doing this shit when it's actually rich white people that was doing it, rich
He's
white men.
still doing it. He's still doing it. You keep
No,
making the
because
left right
listen,
thing.
the reason that I'm saying the left ABC is because that's what y'all was presenting. Y'all wasn't saying anybody on the goddamn right was
Okay,
doing
let me address
anything.
that.
Well, hold
Let me
on,
address that.
hold on. Y'all weren't saying anybody on the right was doing anything wrong because y'all was supporting them politically. So you couldn't say that the right was guilty of anything crazy because you wouldn't support their politics. So all you guys did was point the finger at the left and say the left was doing all this bullshit. So now that the evidence has came out and it's Donald Trump and his crew, uh, 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 that fat white man with pus bumps on his face, Steve Bannon, and all of them people, and all of them people's in the Epstein file. We don't hear, because you listen to Steve Bannon, we don't hear you saying shit about what the fuck is going on. I'm gonna let you respond, but let me see who this caller is. Who's this caller? Hello?
Tyrone, don't be letting the coon bag you into a corner, bro. Like,
Hold,
stay out
hold,
of the
hold,
corner, man.
hold on, man. Let me
Hey, so look,
go
I'm getting
ahead.
off here anyway. I gotta go grab something to eat. But seriously, man, all I'm saying is this: is that you keep making it a left-right thing, and it's ain't. It's not. It's both, and to the point is me pointing out Pizzagate and Clinton and these kind of people. The stuff that you're saying when I called out and there was people on the left, it was stuff that was in the news that was being discussed or being put out there. I'm telling you, man, all of them at that level, you're in on it. You get to be a president, and all these
So,
Republicans, Democrats keep getting reelected. They all become millionaires in there. There's a reason that it works like that.
so one
Because
question.
they're all in on it. They're all in the game. They're all part of the conspiracy.
One question. Were they hiding kids up under the pizzeria?
Well, look, I can't say anything about the details. I mean, I believe that they were doing stuff in that pizza place. You just said hiding kids underneath the pizza. I don't know, but I believe they were doing stuff in this pizza place.
Well, the
That's
answer
why
to
it
your
was called
question
out.
is no.
Well, see, and why do you do that? Why do you feel it?
Because it was
You
investigated.
don't know. The answer is that you don't know.
Doing both sides argument. That's like trying to distract from who really is the serious, the primary perpetrator. You're doing this both sides thing, and that's old. And nobody gets
You doing a left right thing, a partisan thing, a team thing, and that's
no,
old.
it's good. It's people
People
that
giving up on all that
work.
left right bullshit.
People
Only
that
dummies are left for that stuff.
no, you're distracting, and you know what? We see through it. It's not working.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you was all on that conspiracy about John Podesta and Hillary Clinton, campaign manager, and all this kind of stuff. And the reason that I'm keep saying right now is because y'all.
It's not true.
It's not true.
About Podesta, is that not true?
It's not true. It's not true.
Okay.
But
Remember that. Remember you said that.
ABC, that man would be in jail right now if he did the things that y'all accused him of. But that's what I'm trying to tell you, and that's why your brain is all fucked up.
He ain't in jail.
Listen, I said he
Trump
would.
ain't in jail. He the president.
Listen, that's why your brain fucked up, because y'all was promoting that the left was doing this via John Podesta and you still believe it, obviously. And it was the right that was doing this stuff, and you still believe that somehow another Podesta was tied to this bullshit. So I don't know what the hell to tell you.
Oh, man. You too old for that stuff.
Okay, what's up, Aunt?
Grow up.
You there, Anthony?
I really came on to tell you, man, like on YouTube, we can hear you, but we can't hear nobody else.
Okay, now how is that?
Heard but you.
Really?
Huh?
Can you hear?
Yeah.
How long has
hear
that?
me?
How long has it been like
I
that?
can't hear you. I can hear you low in the background. We can only hear you loud.
How long has that?
Nobody else.
How long has it been like that?
We hear like an echo in the background. We can't hear their audio. We can only hear them because of the echo.
Wait a minute. Y'all talk. Look, I have this YouTube up. You all talk, and let me see if I can hear you guys. Good.
Okay, so they said that they can hear me.
Go ahead, talk, and let me see if I can hear you.
Okay, so they said that they can hear me. Now I can hear you.
Go ahead, talk, and let me see if I can hear you. Go ahead, talk.
Okay,
Let me see if I can hear you.
let me mute some shit because I got an
Go
echo.
ahead, talk, and let me see if I can hear you. Go ahead, talk. Okay. Let me see if I can hear you. All right.
Okay.
Somebody's creating an echo.
Go ahead, talk, and let me see if I can hear you. Okay,
Somebody's
I
on
can
speaker
hear.
that created an echo. I can hear you on
Oh,
YouTube
that.
now.
Okay,
Okay,
so I
yeah,
just
that was my
adjusted.
phone doing the echo. I turned the TV down for the echo. So I think whatever was going on is straight now.
Well, I apologize, y'all. I appreciate you coming on here and saying that the callers were low. Um, I hope y'all didn't miss nothing. So I appreciate it.
Tyrone?
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello? What the hell?
Is anybody still there?
Uh-oh. Did I hold on for a second? Lord have mercy.
This service is provided in high definition by freeconferencecallhd.com. There are 9 participants in the conference.
All right.
Q&A session has started. The recording has started.
Okay, I just called back in. Can you hear me now, Lisa?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh well, I apologize for the mess up on the audio tonight, guys. I really don't know what happened with the echoing and the low audio, so I didn't know that was going on. So I hope y'all
Well,
heard all
the
this.
echoing.
Huh?
The echoing. My phone caused that last echoing because I had turned my TV up.
Let me
So I
see.
don't think it was an echo.
Yeah, I don't think it's echoing no more.
No, the echoing had stopped when I turned my TV up. Then the echoing started. Then I turned my TV down and the echo went away.
Yeah, the echoing ain't there. But I apologize for the audio being low. We had some good conversations. But this is the point I want to make about ABC, and I'm glad he called in because that's the whole reason for my title tonight is that these people were accusing the political other side of doing all of these things. We heard the Hillary Clinton and the Podesta and the eating the baby adrenochrome, Dr. Fauci and all them conspiracies, uh, Bill Gates and all these conspiracies, the Jewish white man that pays for everything and all of these conspiracies,
Yeah.
all of that stuff was pointed toward the left. And ABC is saying that I'm blaming one side or the other. The only reason that I'm saying the right now is because they were saying the left before. But here's my words: is both sides is just as guilty of doing all of these nasty ass shit on Epstein Island. I mean, both sides. I guess you would consider Bill Gates a leftist. The Clintons are leftists. And then there's another man that I used to listen to. He's an atheist, and he was down on Jeffrey Epstein Island. So whenever it comes to these crimes, there's no politics behind it. It's the sick, sadistic mindset of the white male and his power, his struggle with power and dominating over other human beings. That's what we're really dealing with these white, corrupted mind, European, Neanderthal behaving fucking troglodytes that has a lot of money and influence and can buy whatever the hell they want, including children. And these kids in these files, there were men. I think Elisa was alluding to Mexico, where they was murdering children. It's in the files. They was murdering children. And the country's response to all of this is to be divided and be on their getting their political corner and do like Donald Trump's person said a while ago, that it's okay to party with Jeffrey Epstein and try to validate all of this disgusting things that we see in this Epstein's file. This country is going off a deep end, and I don't I don't know if they're gonna ever find their goddamn middle again. You know what's up, ABC?
I just want to add. Look, man, Candace Owens is all over this stuff, and I told you she was doing this investigation way back, not about this specific thing, but about what's his name, Sigmund Freud, and all this stuff. But right now, she's all over it, and she's saying that it's that I heard Miss Lady say something about this cult of Baal, B-A-L,
Ball,
B-A-A-L. The
ball.
shit,
Yeah, I
yeah,
know you're talking
ball.
about. Yeah.
The stuff sounds, it's hard to even try to address this stuff because it sounds crazy as hell. But she has done, and she is doing a very good job of saying who it is. And it's these people, man. It ain't, there's what do you call it? They enlist people into the stuff. They blackmail them into it. And once they get them, it's like you get their mind like vampires and shit. You bite them and then he bites somebody else like Diddy. He got bit and now he's biting people, this kind of shit. But it's a cult, is what it is. So it ain't all white people, definitely ain't all black people. But people get bit, and the ones who seem to be at the top is those Zionists. They all into stuff. She did if you check out today's show, no, I'm sorry, yesterday's show, the title was Ball Too Hard. That shit, she was right on point with this stuff. And
See,
that's what it's about.
see what you just did, and I ain't picking on you, ABC, but what you did was slip in there and say, well, it ain't all white people. ABC, yes, it is when it comes to the Epstein goddamn file. Now, like I said, they some black people trickled in it, but black people don't have the kind of power and money that these white men have to have these children sex trafficked. So don't try to both sides this shit when it comes to white men and the history of their behavior on this goddamn planet. I mean, they used to castrate black men, men like you. They used to take and cut our nuts off for whatever fucking reason. They used to. They used to eat us. They used to make furniture out of us.
I ain't trying to defend those people. So Tyrone, all I'm saying is that, it's like right now, all of a sudden, with the Epstein files, which is, proof, we believe, that this stuff is really happening. There's really these type people out there and all that kind of stuff. And all of those people that I've seen so far are white. But if you stay stuck and just say that it's all white people, it's the white people, so then, you stay stuck in this thing about the history of race in this country and all this stuff. And I'm saying that it's deeper than that. These people, those Zionists, they call these white people troglodytes.
Zionists are white people.
The people that control the stuff. They talk about the regular white people as like cavemen and shit like that. And they talk of us as being the mud of the earth kind of shit. So they down on all of us. They think they special. And they some kind of elite, this or that. And that's because they part of that cult. That initiation is them drinking that blood and eating babies. And the shit sound crazy as hell. So I ain't trying to go too far into it. I'm just saying that if you keep trying to make it about black versus white, which is a real thing, then you're going to miss the deeper part, which is this Epstein thing.
Okay.
How they get people.
Zionists are white people. You have some white people that are Zionists. You have some white people that are Jews. So Zionists are white people. So yes,
what about the white Christians?
Well, you got white people that are Christians, but you was talking about Zionists versus white people. But Zionists are white people. Now, hold on, because I Lisa brought this up, and I wanted to bring it up a little bit too. Is Jeffrey Epstein? His name is Jewish, and he got ties to Israel. So there's a connection with Israel, and allegedly. But you got to look at the backings, the financial backings of Jeffrey Epstein, how he was able to amass all of this wealth and power being Epstein. So there's something there and I'm glad you said Candace is drawing these connections. But whenever she start talking about ball and shit, I mean that ain't serious, because that's Old Testament.
I'm telling you, it's the same thing that you were saying 5 years ago. Like, get the fuck out of here, Pizzagate and all this shit. Now the stuff is all coming to light. I'm telling you, man.
No, I'm saying Candace Owens is a good reporter, but if her mindset is Christianity, so she immediately relates to Baal, Old Testament demon, and that's the Bible. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you know what? She plays the video of this guy talking about here. Just a quick snippet. She says that when we went over there to fight in Iraq, their weapons of mass destruction, what we really was doing was going over there to capture this area that Gilgamesh and all them kind of shit. These devils, that the ones that's really running this shit, they believe in all that shit. and they went over there and captured. Hold on, and they went over there and took his body and took all this different artifacts and shit. And then there's a white guy from back then in the 80s or whatever, giving a lecture, and he's talking about it. He's saying the same thing. He's giving details about this, and there was somebody else too that was doing the same thing. But there's information that says when we was over there, we went. It's a specific location, and that specific location is where we set up the base over there, or one of the bases, and where we were excavating and taking all this shit. So I'm saying that these people, it's those. I keep saying Zionists because that's the closest title we have as to the cult that's doing all this shit, that's pushing this thing about eating babies and sexualizing kids and all this kind of shit, and confusing people about reality with this gender confusion and shit. It's big, man. It's big.
Well, I get it, and I get what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with any of that. But what you're pointing out is the psychological how these people psychologically these people are fucked up in the head if they tying all of this shit to some sort of religious mindset. And all I'm trying to tell you is I'm beyond the religious mindset. No matter what validation that they come up with, the reason for Israel and all that stuff, it's still the core of all of that is the behavior of white men. That's the core.
Okay.
That I mean, yeah, they can psychologically put it in, validate it however they want to, but it's still white men behavior. And tying religion to it, just showing you how crazy they are, because they believe that stuff so much that they're killing. But they believe that stuff so much that they're killing people, taking children, eating children, and burying them in the desert some goddamn well.
And it works.
Well, white men are fucking psychological. That's what the hell I've been trying to say for years. And you come on here and say, well, it ain't just white men. Yes, the fuck it is just white men.
Look, Diddy did as much damage in the black community as any of the white men did, as far as, twisting these people out, screwing their head up, getting them killed. And look,
well, let's compare the two.
Black people. I'm just saying, all I'm saying is that just for a millisecond, take the race part out and focus on this cult. What is it about this cult? What are they doing? And I'm saying they getting everybody because they about control and shit.
Okay, well, let's compare the two, since you want to keep opposing Diddy with fucking Epstein. Diddy is a nasty.
All of them. Ain't nobody trying to say.
Well, you just did it. Diddy is a nasty.
Focus on the situation.
But I'm going to go to your comparison. Diddy is a nasty, sadistic piece of shit, right? Okay. Everybody agrees on that. But when you compare the Epstein machine, global machine, to Diddy's nasty ass fetishes, it's not the same level. Epstein got fucking governments involved. He's got countries. Wait a minute. He's got countries involved. He got head of corporations involved. He's got the government of the United States involved. Diddy ain't nowhere on that level. And I'm not trying to justify nasty ass Diddy. But what I'm trying to tell you is you can't both sides the type of shit that Epstein and Trump and Bill Gates and Bill Clinton is involved in. That is not a Diddy level goddamn thing.
Tyrone, how long was Diddy doing what he did?
Years, I assume.
What's years? Like 5 years?
I don't know. I mean, when he became popular.
And my point is that, man, how many lives have been? There you go. And how many lives have been damaged from what he did? I ain't trying to go, white is okay and black. I ain't saying that. I'm talking about the agenda, the cult, the belief system, these people, vampires, and how they bite people. He had 20, 30 years that he been doing this to people, taking their money, getting them killed. All of these guys, he's a vampire. He sucks the blood out of them, then he discards them. They die like this, they die like that. They bums, they out there, they ain't got nothing, and all this kind of shit. He's doing the same stuff that these people do. Yeah, they the bigger fish, but all of these people are doing it. And the thing about a Diddy or a Jay-Z or these people that buy into that shit is they have more access to us, easier access to us. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So the one that's closest to you is the one you ought to be most worried about. But I ain't trying to get into one versus the other. I'm just saying.
But you
It's
did
a
get into one
cult.
versus the other.
It's a belief system. It's a belief. It's a religion that these people have, and that's what you want to be focused on. Anybody who's down with that shit, that's talking okay about their religion, is suspect. Black, white, Asian, it don't matter. If you
Okay,
talk
well,
about, yeah, it's okay when some guy mess with a kid, what's the deal? Okay, then fuck that nigga. I don't care if he's black, Asian, if he blue black, if he's from Africa, fuck him, because he's part of that religion.
well,
That's
I
what I'm
mean,
talking
Can I add something?
well, let me just say this right quick. You did try to,
Go ahead.
you did try to both sides it, but this is what I'm talking about. The mindset you just displayed on the phone is that we was pointing out white men, and you have to come on here and correct the record for your own self and say it's not just white men. And this is the mindset that's the problem. It is white men doing this shit on the levels that Jeffrey Epstein and Trump and Jeff Bezos or whoever the fuck, that black men don't have that type of power. Trump, Diddy, wait a minute, Diddy is a nasty motherfucker and is a criminal and is a sex trafficker, and he did commit those crimes. But the conversation that we're talking about now is white men, and they're eating fucking babies. I mean, goddamn, that's a...
Look, all I'm saying is that you're gonna miss the big picture if you keep it.
Oh,
if
Jesus
you keep
Christ.
the focus on this division.
Well, let
stuff. But I'm
Elisa talk,
serious.
because
That's it.
you like to,
Can I
you like to
add
defend
this?
Massa. He's on here to defend Massa.
Let me just add this. I always said on here, and people get upset with me when I say this, or I get pushback. I would like to think, I would love to think, I want to think that if our people had the power that they do currently, because this is a blip in the whole, as far as life is concerned. Right now, they have power. They've had it for a long time. But there's times when we've had power as well. This is a blip. This is what's going on right now. I would like to think that our people would not behave in such manner. But Tyrone, I have to say that on a lower level, on a lower scale, some of our people here and some of our people on the continent do some of the same things, just on a lower scale. But I would like to think the white, they suffer such a larger scale because they have power, just for it to be so large. Do I think human beings of all races, of all this, of all that, would do these things? Yes, I do. I do. But I just think that the white male and his woman too, they probably have a little more sadistic with it. They're more sadistic with it. But I do believe people of all races and all ethnicities, all nationalities would do these types of things, especially when they're in power, because they could get away with it. And when you have so much money, you have a lot more time to do these things and experiment and allow your mind to take you to all types of depravity. And I think that's just a human thing. But this is just my thought.
I mean, I haven't denied that black people are involved. Look at Cosby, look at Diddy, look at R. Kelly. I haven't involved in some crazy stuff, right? I haven't denied that. Mm-hmm. But if we're going to look at the macro, the big picture, the white people are the originators of this type of behavior. You can see them infecting Africa with colonialization, and whenever they invaded Africa, whenever they took us from Africa, wherever they plant they fucking white pale ass skin on the planet, depravity happens, and our community, other communities, imitate whatever the fuck they're doing. Now, I'm not making excuses for P. Diddy.
I agree with that.
I'm not making excuses for P. Diddy. But if ABC wants to bring black people up and try to absorb white people, then I'll say it's an imitation. If it's an imitation of what white people have done throughout the damn centuries of existing on this planet. So no, I don't think that it's just white people, but on the level that the Epstein files presents itself with
I
all
agree.
of these
I agree.
corporations, with all of these connections to the countries, those are white people. Those white people are down there eating babies, eating babies, and Donald Trump is measuring girls. This is disgusting. Donald Trump is measuring girls
Allegedly.
with his finger. I mean,
Allegedly.
allegedly measuring girls with his finger. All that's in the Epstein file. That ain't P Diddy. That ain't R Kelly. R Kelly and P Diddy.
They
Here's the
probably did
difference.
it though. We
I
just
just I
don't know
just thought
about it.
I just thought of a difference. Here's the difference in P Diddy and R Kelly situation, and even Bill Cosby. It was those individuals satisfying themselves, taking power over a group of people and taking advantage of people. In each situation, R. Kelly was doing things to teenage girls, Diddy was doing things to people, and Bill Cosby was doing things to his victims. Epstein invites a whole army of European white disgusting fucking men to pass people around, pay fees, have parties, go across the seas, grab little girls. This is a whole society of nasty people pedophiles that they built. That is a white thing. I don't think Diddy and Bill Cosby had a group of black men passing people around like that. It's a different thing. It's just different.
But I'll say this about Diddy. He was always, this is just my belief, always a deranged, something is not right in his head. But from what a lot of things we've been hearing over the decades, Diddy really expanded his operation once he got hooked in with guess whom? Clive Davis. He was master of this type of stuff we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So he learned, and a lot of stuff he mimicked when he expanded the stuff he was doing from Clive.
See, there you go. That's the type of stuff that I'm talking about. Is that he's a black man being nasty, and then whenever he hooked up, I think Clive Davis is a Jew, ain't it? Whenever he hooked up with that white man,
I don't know what it is.
Whenever
I don't know what it is.
Whenever he hooked up with that white man, it got worse. And that's the type of stuff that I'm trying to tell ABC is that yes, black people do it, but if it weren't for white people, we wouldn't have this damn Epstein fucking cabal. We probably wouldn't even have a damn Diddy.
Yeah, Tyrone, he is what you said.
Yeah. See, it's them people. Yeah.
No, don't say that. Some people don't say that. Allegedly, Google. We just talking. This ain't real.
Clive Davis. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He's that. But then you know what? A lot of these, another thing that's been swirling around. This is allegedly. This is just people talking. We making all this stuff out. Google. Like these. You take like Todd Blanchett. Not Blanchett. I can think of the dude's name, but a lot of these tech bros and a lot of them that's really running a lot of things. All of them are LGBTQ plus IA.
Yeah, and that's a good point that you're making. That is a great point that you're making. Them people are gay. Go ahead.
And they're those kind of people. Some of them are the same type of people that Clive Davis saw. You follow me?
Yeah.
Yeah, they both.
But yeah, those people are homosexual or gay or whatever, right? But they got ABC and Sarge talking about transgenders on the left and the transgender agenda. Well, I didn't know you was on the phone, man. I'm sorry, but let me say this right here. I'm sorry, but let me just say this right here.
You always do that to me, don't you? You like it, don't you?
I didn't know it was you. You call in anonymously, so hold on. But they're gay, and George H.W. Bush allegedly poked the little boy in these files. But they got their side screaming about transgenders, teaching in libraries and schools and all that kind of stuff, and then they completely ignore that their side is got homosexuality in it. Hey, what's up, Sarge? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine, man. I got to set you straight on something because you starting to bug the hell out of me with this this moral relativism you constantly pull off. Your concern doesn't seem to be with objective truth and moral truth. It's about power dynamics. You're concerned about who's got most power to do the biggest, grandest evil things. Now, that's not worthy of no consideration. Of course, when you have evil on a monumental scale, it may be more significant in the course of events than relatively minor cases of evil, but it is still evil. It is every bit as evil. You know, it's like that old saying, the death of millions is statistics, the death of one person is a tragedy. Well, there's a lot of truth in that, but the problem with you is that you're only concerned, or primarily concerned, with power dynamics. Look, they got more power than we got, so we ain't as evil as they are. Bullshit. Evil is evil. Immorality is immorality. You can take a look at the kings of Dahomey, who in honor of their deceased kings, every year would sacrifice as many as 5,000 people. They would sacrifice them by cutting their heads off. They even had a name for it. And the literal translation is Zewitanu, yearly head business, because they just chop off their heads and then drain the blood all over the place. You can see the same thing in the atrocities of the Impicani, where 2 million people were killed in the Impicani Wars, mainly by the Zulu against the Bantu. Look at what the Bantu did to the San Bushmen in South Africa. They almost wiped them out. You can look at things in Africa like, of course, the slave trade and the millions of people that were killed in the course of the slave trade in Africa. I'm not talking about the transatlantic slave trade, particularly not in America. None of the slaves would ever got there, because it wasn't even a million that crossed the boat to the United States. So I'm getting tired of you doing this moral relativism thing. It's unseemly, and it doesn't work. Now, yeah, white people do evil on a bigger scale. That's because everything they do is on a bigger scale. They've got bigger populations. Why do they have bigger populations? Because they built more people that could survive in those civilizations. They could have a bigger population base to grow with. They could expand. And then when they got in wars, there were more people to get killed. But if you look at the ratio of people to the population and the deaths and exterminations and the atrocities, it was pretty much the same. And you never want to look at that because you're too concerned with whooping a guilt trip on white people and making black people overlook their own sins. I want to highlight everybody's sins and tell you that it's in the human nature of human beings to be universal when it comes to evil. Now, I know you will never accept it. I don't give a damn. I'm going to call you out, though, for doing what you do. And I think I just did.
All right, first of all, in the transatlantic slave trade, the number one is small. As far as try to put it off to be. This is what they do. It was over 12 to 13 million people that was in the transatlantic slave trade. So that's a big deal. And I want y'all to notice that instead of talking about Jeffrey Epstein, Sarge and ABC came on and inserted that somehow or another black people need to be in this conversation also. And I'm going to argue, no, they do not. Because we have a criminal as a goddamn president. Oh, okay, shut up. I just listened to you talk. I just listened to you talk. I just listened to you talk. Not one time did I say, shut up. Not one time did I say black people are without wrongdoing. I did not say that. But I am telling you that we have a president that is a pedophile that is in these files doing heinous shit to children in 2026. You have to go all the way back to the slave trade. ABC have to go back to P. Diddy, which he's in jail, by the way, and R. Kelly, which he's in jail, by the way, and Bill Clinton, who served time in jail, by the way. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how evil the white man is in 2026. Your party is covering up the world's most heinous goddamn sex trafficking act ever. And you want to talk about black people. Your master is a dirty, nasty, scandalous, horrendous piece of shit. The white man is fucking disgusting. And you guys want to come on here and stop me from saying that it's the white man. It's the white man. Y'all want to both sides of shit. It ain't no both sides in this Epstein shit. Huh?
I don't want to stop you. Now, you said something that's not true. I want to contest you when you talk your bullshit. And I think I can do it very effectively. Because your problem is that I think you want to let black people off the hook for the evil they do to each other while emphasizing the evils that white people do.
Okay, I'm going to do it like this.
Largely of what black people do to each other.
Okay.
And that irritates the hell out of me when you do it. Because I used to witness it all the time on the streets of Chicago and Cook County.
Okay. See?
Sir, can I say something? Allow me to throw somebody else in the mix, so we're just not talking about white people.
I won't talk about white people. That's my thing.
Wait a minute. I mean, so we just don't have to talk about black and white. Let me throw somebody over in the mix.
Go ahead.
So we don't just have to talk about them.
Well, that's his primary stick, you know.
The most deadliest leader considered of all time was Genghis Khan. And he, like they said, he suspected of killing somewhere from 40 to 55 million of his people and some others. And we could go down we could go down the list of other Asian leaders like Pol Pot, just different ones like that. And I mean, they were something else. So I mean, Mao Zedong, and different people like that. So it's a whole lot of people. And I'm just saying, right now, and that we could think of as recorded history, it seems to be the Caucasian. But right now, in this blip of time, in this time of history, but there were some ruthless people throughout history that did some things. So let's just don't put it all on with black people like SARS, because you come in with the black Caucasian.
Okay, so here to put this in shut up. To put this in context.
I want to distribute it where it belongs.
Okay, it don't listen. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. That is bullshit. All of this.
Every one of them
no.
Similar things.
No. That is bullshit because in 2020, shut up. Listen.
Chapter and verse.
Listen, in 2026. The topic is Jeffrey Epstein and your pedophile president, Donald Trump. We're not talking about King Leopold, Genghis Khan. Shut up. We're not talking about King Leopold. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. This is the real world. We're not talking about shit that happened in the 1600s, okay? We're not talking about P. Diddy, who's in jail already. We're not talking about Bill Cosby. Shut the fuck up. We're not talking about Bill Cosby, who served time. We're not talking about R. Kelly. Shut the fuck up. We're not talking about R. Kelly, who's in jail. We're talking about your white leadership in the White House that has a whole party, political party, that supports fucking pedophiles. And you, sir, supporting pedophiles by coming on here defending the white man. Now shut the hell up.
We're going to put our parties in play. Your party supervise the loss of 330,000 children come across the border. Your government, Joe Biden, didn't know what happened to them and where they were. Couldn't find them. Trump has found 145,000 of them now.
Are you slow?
Of the 330,000 that Biden lost. And you better believe thousands of those children are involved in child labor and sex slavery.
Okay.
And if you want to compare that to Epstein, as far as I'm concerned, Epstein is a drop in the bucket.
Okay, are you crazy? Because I want you to remember, since you want to talk about the children getting lost at the southern border, I want you to think back of who separated the goddamn children at the border that Joe Biden had to come in and unfucking do, you fucking moron. Goddamn. Okay, go ahead, Mama's boy. I got your line open. This guy's...
Peace, everybody.
What's happening?
Peace, family. Dynamite Show, Tyrone. Dynamite Show, you done brought the damn jabronis out, so you know you spitting some fire. But let's keep this back on the subject at hand of Jeffrey Epstein. Not one Negro that none of these jabronis can pull out had the reach, the touch, the power, the money, and the organization of Jeffrey Epstein, who is a white man. You probably never gonna see a black man with that kind of power to run, you know, a sex trafficking, basically, organization for 30 years.
On that level.
It's not gonna happen. They gonna catch that nigga when he little, like P. Diddy. That's when they gonna catch him, when he a small fry, and they gonna fry him up and use him as an example, while the big time white man is still carrying on his. As a matter of fact, when the white man get caught, they bring another white man in to let him out. You know, give him a year or some odd of a basically supervised fucking jail, where this motherfucker goes to work at his company, Jeffrey Epstein, during the day, and then at night he goes sleep in the jail. Now, ain't not a damn nigga got caught up in pimping and pandering, got that kind of motherfucking lifestyle. This motherfucker did all this bad shit to children, and then they only hit him with a prostitution case and send him on his way, when this man is obviously a sex trafficker. That had been a black man, he wouldn't have even got out of jail. They'd have hit him with everything. So this both sides shit, it only works for motherfuckers who are looking for a reason to justify standing up for Jeffrey Epstein and they stank ass president, who, according to Jeffrey Epstein's own fucking words, he is the only man that can take Donald Trump down, because he been knowing him for 15 years. He said it himself. Out of all the people, he would be the one, he could take him down, because he knew him so well. He had so much evidence on that motherfucker. Probably because he was doing it with Jeffrey Epstein. If you go back and look, they both had modeling agencies at the same time, throwing these damn parties and all this shit. So the culpability lies with Trump. He's got to prove he ain't, instead of proving, you know, the opposite. That tells you a whole lot. And when you got Donald Trump during his campaign saying that he was going to release all these files and do all this, and we're going to catch these predators, child predators and sex traffickers and all this stuff, and then when it comes down to do it, he doesn't. That should tell you a whole lot. But the jabronis don't want you to see that part. They want you to overlook the part that he pumped this up. He put a battery in all the MAGA back about bringing out these pedophiles, because they was hoping, Sarge and the rest of his ilk was hoping all you was going to see was Democrat, 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 Democrat. Then they would have some hellified talking points. But since they've been seeing Republican, Democrat, Republican, 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 oh shit, we got to motherfucking slow this shit down. When we obviously seeing with our own two eyes what we've already known is that the white man is crazy. The white man, nobody does it on the white man scale. You can go pick all these ancient motherfuckers, but we talking about right now in 2026, nobody has committed more atrocities on the white man scale than the white man. You can't go find a black man. You can't go find an Arab. You can't go find a Hispanic. You can't go find an Asian. What you can find is a Caucasian at the end of the day who got the motherfucking belt. And they rocking the belt right now in your face, showing you with Jeffrey Epstein and letting these files out. They doing it right in your face, showing you that we the coldest in the game and you still can't fuck with us. But yet these Negroes, I say, want to be white men, trans white men, they the ones defending this bullshit. It should tell you something without even uttering an explanation. Sometimes niggas can tell you who they are with the shit they do instead of the shit they say. And there's no way in Hades, if you believe in God and all that shit, no way in hell that all these people are wrong. It's like when you're young and you finally find out your parents ain't swallowing everything you throw them, and they come and tell you everybody ain't lying on you when you done cut up in church or when you done did something in school. Everybody ain't lying on you. I understand you're gonna say this person, that person, okay, but everybody ain't lying, coming telling the same story. You did that shit. and you got to get punished for it. So, bye-bye, jabronis, especially Sarge. He the biggest motherfucking toter of the white man's sack.
Stop bloviating, nigga. Let me get a word in edgeways.
Oh, shut up. Wait your turn. Wait your turn. I heard you cry. I heard you cry. And I put up with it, and I didn't cut you off or nothing like that. So you just sit on back. You sit on back and take this medicine, nigga. Don't take this castor oil, motherfucker. All right. So when we throw it on the slab, Tyrone, when we have to throw it on the slab and we have to compare the two, ain't nobody motherfucking champion like the white man is champion. Ain't nan nigga champion like the white man champion. You can't find a motherfucker knocking the white man off the top of the hill on this one, Tyrone.
Well, that's the point that I was trying to make is that that's the point that I was trying to make is that when I was talking about Epstein and it currently going on, ABC came on and he wanted to bring up P. Diddy, something that happened in the past, and ignore the fact that Epstein is currently going on and Donald Trump is a person of interest in the Epstein case. This is current news. And then Sarge come on wanting to talk about fucking 1600s and shit. All of that is deflecting away from this white man and how evil he is.
Yeah, I know. I brought up Genghis Khan because I wanted to get off the black man. All I'm saying is you got to go so far back in history to find everybody that did some stuff. Depends on how far you go back in history. That's just what it is. But we're living in modern history, the new millennium, and we have to deal with it. Like Sarge, you said that power. Tyrone want to talk about the power dynamics. That's what it's about. They have the power right now. So they're the ones who is in doing the things on such a huge level. You can't ignore the power dynamics right now. You just can't.
Who's ignoring it? I'm not ignoring it. I'm simply saying that there's more to the story than power dynamics. That's all. I am not at all ignoring morality or evil, whomever does it.
But currently, they have the power. So it's about what they're doing on such a large scale.
I mean, okay, yeah, I know power is everything with Marxists, but not with me. Objective truth is more important for me.
Yeah, and when the conversation is about the current events that's going on and rightfully pointing out that Jeffrey Epstein is a Jew and he is white and the majority of the people associated in this sex trafficking is white men with power, world leaders and corporation leaders, that conversation is not about black whatever. And because you and ABC are so programmed, y'all come on here and try to insert black into the conversation. And then we get stuck on this thing talking about what black people did and all this kind of stuff. No, these white people are snatching up little white girls and doing crazy shit with them. And you turn your head the other way and still worship the white man. And then ABC. Hold on.
Innuendo with no evidence whatsoever. Sounds to me as though you're the one that's programmed to believe anything anybody says. I like evidence that I can take to court. You don't. You just say this. You say a photograph of Trump with Epstein proves that he's a pedophile. I have heard you say that.
Okay, no, I did not say that. I did not say that.
You did.
No, I did. Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
It proves that he's a pedophile with hanging out with Epstein. I heard you say. I wrote it down as a note.
Okay, well, when I started calling Trump a pedophile, wait a minute. Wait a minute. When I started calling Trump a pedophile, allegedly, is whenever I read that court document from that 13-year-old that went into details about what him and Epstein did to that 13-year-old. That is when I first started calling Donald Trump a pedophile and have not stopped since. So get it straight. Because I presented that, and wait a minute, shut up, and listen, wait a minute, shut up. I just got to let y'all know this right here. That same court document that I presented like 10 years ago is coming out in this Epstein file, the same motherfucking one. The same one. They're talking about that same 13-year-old. I think her name was Karen Black or something like that. But it's the same goddamn girl where Donald Trump and Epstein allegedly abused this child while having sex with her. But ABC, your line is open.
All I'm saying is look, just separate comment. You made another comment. The photograph itself was proof. I know you did. I wrote it down. I was so astounded by it.
All right. Hey, just real quick. I just want to say I heard Mama's boy talking. You know, he's saying like you're saying and all this stuff, and I get what y'all saying. Look, the difference that I have between what y'all doing is I think. Oh, hold on. I think you guys are focused on and interested in feel goodism. You know, I'm gonna focus it on the white man. So, you know, and it is these white men. It's all throughout there. We got the names. It's all these white men. So I'm gonna focus it on that, and now we got them. They the evil ones. They are. Is that clear? I'm saying that these devils are evil. I don't even go as far as Sarge did, and I think he's correct though, about the power dynamic thing and all that kind of stuff, and the search for truth no matter what it is and all. I agree with you on that, but you know, I know Sarge. I'm a little different than Sarge on the way he's coming at it. But my point though is that I'm saying you going on that feel goodism, and you didn't say white man, you didn't say white man. You know, you just want to make it about race. You missing the bigger picture, which affects all of us. And as long as you focusing it like that, then you ain't looking at the guy standing next to you, the guy that's like, hey, come on, man, we going to this party and all this kind of shit. Or the people that appeal to you, like, and this is how it plays out in politics. The left says all this identity politics stuff, and hey, you know, I'm gonna elect a black woman, I'm gonna elect a black this or that, black this or that, and don't nothing ever get done for you. We got the NAACP and all these people, ain't nothing getting done for you, and you keep falling for it because you want to feel good because it's a black face, but they ain't doing nothing, and that's a mild part. You know, we talk about the Epstein stuff. This is just straight cannibalism and rape and all kind of evil shit. But it's the same idea that you don't pay attention to it, or you let shit go because you see race and you focus on the race part. I'm saying focus on the evil part. The evil is evil wherever it's coming from. And as long as you stay on that, then you can avoid the bullshit and you won't get lost in the sauce. But y'all be playing up this race issue so that, you know, black people, some of these people get caught up as one of these victims and shit, a Diddy victim. Because Tyrone's dumbass is pushing race.
Listen, what I'm doing, what I'm doing, hold on for a second. What I'm doing is validating what I have been saying over the last 10 years since I've been on here about white people.
I'm doing too.
Okay, hold on for a minute. Before, when I was saying this about white people and how evil they was, I was looking at it in a historical context combined with the murdering of black people in this country, modern day genocide of black people. But now, in addition to all of that, we see currently that they are files that the government collected of witnesses and victims and participants that actually went through this system of sex trafficking that a white man, a white Jew, Jeffrey Epstein, ran. And the president of the United States, the leader of the free world, was best friends with that pedophile. Now, if that ain't right, that by itself is not enough to actually point out that those two men are white and they're continuing to do what white people did historically, then I don't know what's wrong with you. But we continue. Shut the fuck up. We continue to see. Shut the fuck up. We continue to see Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, all of these corporations and all of these world leaders, some Arab, some goddamn whatever the fucking cup, they all involved in this system that is headed up by this white fucking Jew.
That's what I said, motherfucker.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. It is headed up. It is headed up by this white fucking Jew, and that white Jew was murdered by a white Anglo-Saxon Nazi orange motherfucker, in my opinion.
You don't know if he's
I said in my opinion. I said in my opinion. because I don't want to blame him for doing shit that he didn't do.
No. The only point, man, is that you wait for the white man to validate the shit before you agree to it. Now that the Epstein files came out, now you're like, yeah, he did that and adrenochrome and all that shit. Now you talking about it, nigga. We was talking about this shit 20 years ago on Freedomizer. I'm just saying,
with no evidence,
man.
You didn't have any proof.
Yeah, no proof according to you. But there's documents and stuff, and there's, again, read between the lines and all that kind of shit. But you learn how to do that when you care and you got a brain. When you're a moron and just wait for the white man to tell you 2 + 2 is 4. Okay, 2 + 2 is 4.
No, whenever you guys were saying it, you were saying things like Leon Panetta, Pizzagate, and the left did it, and liberals and liberals was doing this shit to children. That's what the fuck you guys were saying. Sarge even said that the liberals were doing shit to children. They sex trafficking children. That's what he said. But I ain't not one time since shut the fuck up. Not one time since we found out about Epstein and not one time since we found out about Donald Trump and Epstein's connection has he said the Republicans are trafficking children. I didn't hear neither one of y'all say anything about the right wing redacting the goddamn co-conspirator's name in these documents. Y'all didn't say one. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I didn't hear y'all say one thing when they shut the government down to prevent the public from accessing these fucking files. Y'all didn't say shit about them hiding information about pedophiles and sex trafficking. They did shut down the goddamn government. They did shut down. Okay, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They shut down the government because they needed 218 votes, and they had this one representative that the fucking Mike Johnson shut down the government so she couldn't raise her right hand and swear in to actually enact the fucking Jeffrey Epstein Act. That is a fact. They shut the hell up because Sarge is full of shit. They shut the goddamn government. Shut up. They shut the goddamn government down so people wouldn't get access to the goddamn Jeffrey Epstein files. Sarge, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Hey, Tyrone, who's pushing sexualizing the kids? Who's pushing that kids can get transgender stuff? They can get surgery and shit. Who's pushing that? Is it the conservatives? Who's pushing the sex in school? All these teaching the sex in schools. So I'm saying, you keep making it left right, nigga.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me answer his question. Okay, wait. ABC, all of those questions. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me ask you this. All of that stuff you just showed this name, that list. Is any of that in the Epstein file?
I don't know. I haven't gone.
Okay, so it's not. So wait. I'm talking about your priority, motherfucker. I'm talking about your. Wait a minute. I'm talking about your priority. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I'm talking about your priority. Your priority is to talk about a conspiracy, about school conspiracy and all that kind of stuff. And then you have actual. Shut the fuck up. You got actual victims. Shut the fuck up. You got actual victim statements.
The white man that tell you.
Shut the fuck up because you know you wrong. You got actual victim.
Nigga, you too old for this shit.
Okay, you don't want to hear this truth. You got actual victim statements and comments in the Epstein files that say they are victims of crimes, right? And you don't want to talk about that. You want to talk about some conspiracy about kids getting programmed and sex changes at schools. Do you see the difference, motherfucker?
Yeah, I see the difference.
Oh, okay.
I see the difference. All I'm saying is that I see the connection too, you stupid motherfucker. You's a dumbass. You's an ignorant motherfucker.
Go ahead.
You accused ABC of not having proof of a contention he was making, and you, nigga, the only thing you got is photographs of Trump with Epstein and a court filing that was withdrawn. And you say that's proof that Trump is a pedophile, and you just accused ABC of not having evidence.
Okay, the evidence that I have, listen, motherfucker, the evidence that I have came from the FBI's own investigation, you piece of shit. That's what they're for, is to shut the fuck up. The FBI exists to collect fucking investigative evidence. He's got millions of documents that is evidence. You guys are walking around with no evidence, accusing the left or whatever the fuck you're doing. I wait till the evidence is presented and the victims make their statements or whatever. we can see whatever. But that's the evidence, Sarge. You don't know what the fuck evidence is, and you was a goddamn cop. You was a cop.
Any of those things. Not one of them. They were tips that were called into the National Threat Operations Center and the hotline tip line. The FBI investigated them and could not corroborate one of them.
Not 10 million documents, motherfucker. Good Lord. Go ahead, Elisa.
I've seen the documents. That's why I know you're making it up.
Because I just want to say, I'm getting ready to go because I have to get up in the morning, and I don't know how long y'all going to argue. But how about this? Put aside leftists, Democrats, progressive, conservatives, MAGA. Put aside race. It's all men. Ain't none of it no good. Men do these things. Men has all of the power. Y'all do all of these things, and you have women who facilitate and help, but it's all men. So men is the one doing all of this, all of the things. So as the only woman on here tonight, I'm gonna blame all you all, and y'all have a good night.
Well, that's a fact.
Behave.
Thank you.
That's a fact.
Hey, I want to say
all right. Good night, Elisa.
Behave yourself, and I'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Well, that's a fact. What she just said. That's what the fact that she just said. But the reason that the politics is involved is because the years before, all we heard was finger pointing at the left, accusing them of this. So I'm gonna rub y'all fucking nose in that y'all was wrong about the political angle of y'all discussion years ago. I'm not gonna let that go. So as much as y'all came on here and accused the left of doing whatever, I know it hurts to hear that the right is fucking guilty of this nasty, disgusting shit, because they are. Your leaders are, shut the fuck up. Your leaders on the right are covering up pedophiles. That's a fact. I think Mama's boy was next.
Yeah, I wanted to say something real quick, Tyrone. Hold your horses, man. Hold your bacon and eggs. You know, I'm really not going to address Sarge. He's so simple to beat with this shit. But ABC, I want to, God damn, it ain't got nothing to do with you. Sit out. I'm talking to ABC. Get the fuck, stay your motherfucking ass out of it. God damn, I relinquished you. Your name came up to leave you out of it. Okay? Your name came up to leave you out of this portion. We'll have plenty of time to beat your face in. But right now, it's ABC. ABC, I wanna make this statement to you, brother. And it's on the level of hypocrisy, you know? And I'll play nice, don't worry. But we hear all the time when a black man comes up with charges against him or something, or his name comes out in a scandal or something, we always hear it. What about the white men behind them? Why y'all always bringing up the black person when you know it's a whole bunch of white folks behind them? How come the white people ain't being called out? Alpha crime being Fitch, all them motherfuckers. Well, the first time the white man is being called the fuck out, ain't nobody bringing no Negro up. It's all white Jeffrey Epstein and his ilk like that, Donald Trump, so on and so forth. We finally holding the white man's feet to the fire. Why a nigga coming out here talking about, well, what about the niggas? It just don't, it's hypocrisy to me, ABC. I think, you know, you need to address that, man. It don't make sense. When we finally get our fucking hands around the white man and we pushing him up to being the dirtiest motherfucker in the game, we finally holding his feet to the fire. Now we get a phone call from you saying we need to stop and start focusing on the black people. Makes no sense to me, man.
Okay, Tyrone, may I correct you on something you said that I didn't say? And that was about what I said about those kids at the border. I didn't say that the Democrats were necessarily sexually abusing them. I don't know how many of them are being sexually abused. I know that 145,000 were located and accounted for under the Trump administration after 330,000 were lost by the Biden administration. Now, as far I'm certain, without knowing the facts, that thousands of them out of that remainder, from you take 145,000 away from 330,000, I'm sure that thousands of them are being sex trafficked and sold into labor. Now, I don't know who's doing it. I don't know if they're Democrats, Republicans, or neither. I have no idea. I'm simply saying I am certain because of the lapses of the Biden administration or the deliberate policies thereof that they were allowed to be put in that situation by whoever did it, whether it's Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, atheists, Nazis, communists, whomever it is, which I do not know since we haven't located them yet.
I'm Googling your numbers and you lying about all of that.
You better go back and check. I swear you're oblivious to facts. You hate facts that counter your narrative. You can go find it out from many locations. You can start with the government. You won't believe it because it's Trump administration. So then you go to the Center for Immigration Studies. You won't believe them because they're anti-illegal immigration. So then you go to Catholic Charities. I don't care where you go. Just go and verify it for yourself. Trump administration recovered 145,000 or so of those children. The Biden administration confessed. I mean, Mayorkas, I saw him saying it. We cannot account for 330,000 of these people at a congressional hearing.
It was 298 up under Joe Biden, and then 5,000 up under Donald Trump. Now, listen, let's put things in perspective here. The child separation policy started up under Donald Trump in his first administration. And shut the fuck up because you're lying. Shut the fuck up. The child separation policy started up under Donald Trump up under his first administration, right? And these families were separated when Joe Biden took office. And Joe Biden got these families back together, except for maybe 268 of them. So when Sarge is talking about tens of thousands and all that kind of shit, no, it's bad enough that 5,000 families were separated. But this guy is exaggerating numbers and putting all the blame on somebody who wasn't the president when the policies first took place. So, Sarge, you're lying about the goddamn number.
Accounted for. I'm not talking about children that were with families. I'm talking about those who were not accompanied at the border, were let into the country, supposedly going with relatives or with people who are going to be guardians for them, and they could not account for their whereabouts a year later.
Oh, let me knock this out right quick. Let me knock this out right quick.
At the very end of Donald Trump's first term, there was still over 5,000 children unaccounted for that had been separated from their parents. Some of their parents had already been sent back to the country that they came from without their children. And the reason why they couldn't find the children is because the Trump administration did not annotate which child with which parent, so you could locate them once the child has been moved across the country and the parent has been identified. That was the biggest problem. They never kept enough records, so they didn't know what child went to who. They knew they shipped all these children around the country to these friendly so-called daycare centers or whatever that was grifting government money while they stealing these children. And whenever people came to try to figure out which child went to who, they didn't know how to put the families back to fucking together. That was when Donald Trump had got beat and had to get out of the White House in 2021. Joe Biden had to come in there and try to locate mothers and fathers and put them together with their children. It was a fucking debacle, a tough-ass job to do, but he did it. He found a way I think it got down to about 1,200 children.
No, I just read it got down to 268. So Joe Biden unfucked what Donald Trump did. And I want y'all to notice something. The numbers that me and Mama's boy are talking about, he probably looked it up, I looked it up. Sarge was saying tens of thousands of children. He's a fucking liar. The number didn't get no more than 5, maybe 6,000, but it wasn't no tens of thousands of numbers, and it won't up under Joe Biden because the mess was already made up under Donald Trump's first administration, and then Joe Biden came down and got the numbers down to 268 is what I read. And Sarge is just lying about how many people or children were separated. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, because I want to address what you said earlier. Now, Sarge presented it to... Shut up. Sarge was presented it to us. Shut the fuck up. Sarge presented it to us earlier before Mama's Boy spoke. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Sarge presented it to us like children. Sarge presented it to us like children were showing up at the border unaccompanied. That is some bullshit because we're talking about children. They don't walk through that desert by them damn selves. You sound like a goddamn idiot.
By illegal alien human traffickers.
You just making up shit as you go along. You just adding shit.
You look at that article I just put in the chat room, and remember when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez went on a little crying jag in front of the cages? Those cages were built for the children during the Obama administration.
All they got is
now you go look at that article if you've got the guts, and you'll see who's responsible for it, and it wasn't Trump.
Okay, so I got the article on YouTube, and the first sentence is who is truly responsible for 2,000 alien kids. I mean, you said tens of fucking thousands. This is the Heritage Foundation. I don't trust them no goddamn where. But nowhere in this article, shut the fuck up. No. Nowhere in this article is tens of thousands of motherfucking kids because you were lying. God damn.
No, wait a minute. No. Again, my argument is not children taken from their parents. It is children who came to the border unaccompanied. A lot of these traffickers would just let the children loose when they got to the border so they wouldn't get caught with them, and they went back into Mexico. These children just wandering across the border aimlessly with no adult accompaniment.
What was your...
the children I'm referring to? I'm not referring to the ones taken from their parents.
What was your initial number?
330,000 of these children.
That's a lie. Go ahead, Miss Lady. I'm sorry.
They were brought to the border by human traffickers, and then because human traffickers didn't want to risk getting caught by Border Patrol, they just drop them across the border, point them to some official, U.S. official across the border, and say, go tell them that you need their help. And then they go back across the border.
Okay, go ahead, Miss.
330,000 of them were let into the country. Allegedly, the children would tell them they had some relative somewhere, or some relative then be looking for them, supposed relative, and then claim them as a child that was in their family, and then the Biden administration would release them to those people.
Okay.
And then when the Biden administration...
Okay, well, you shut up. You're lying. Go ahead, Miss.
They couldn't find them.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Lady.
Let me finish. I'll bloviate like the rest of you guys do.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Lady. Go ahead.
No, why don't you want to let me finish? You can't. The other people just be prattling on. Same thing over and over again. I'm telling you what happened. You're asking me how it happened. I'm telling you, these people would then claim the child, and the Border Patrol would release them to those people, and then when they went to check on their whereabouts, they couldn't find them.
All right, go ahead, Miss Lady.
They're going to be ball protectors. They're going to protect and defend their great leader. They wear their sword, their armor, their shield.
Yes, don't answer what I said.
Hold on, sir. Let her talk. Let her talk.
It's just babbling. That's all it is.
They're going to be in
So
the front.
give her the right to do it.
And they got the right to do whatever they want to do. That's their choice.
All right, but I want y'all to pay attention to the tens of thousands Sarge initially claimed, and then when me and Mama's Boy looked up, we between somewhere in $5,000 and $6,000, and even 5,000 and 6,000 children, and even when he gave the article, they said 2,000 children was displaced. So initially he lied about the 10 or 30,000 kids or whatever the fuck. That was a lie, and we know that Donald Trump.
Apples and oranges, buddy. Apples and oranges. You're talking.
30,000 versus 5,000 kids is apples and oranges. What the fuck is wrong with you?
The detailed explanation I gave you about the 330,000. Like, what do you got? Wax in your ears?
Oh, God.
Hey, Tyrone, it's funny. Tyrone, it's funny how he don't mention that when the case went before judges, the Trump administration told the judge they didn't know where the kids were. When the judge was like, you need to find these 2,400 children. Or these 1,500 children, the Trump administration would say, we don't fucking know where they at.
Yeah, and the whole thing with Sarge is he was trying to blame it on the Biden administration when the Biden administration was the one that's fixing the fucking problem that Trump caused.
I'm blaming the Obama administration
Oh,
for it,
God.
and the Biden administration just continuing.
You said Biden, motherfucker. You said Biden lost
Obama,
300,000 children. You said it with your own goddamn tired ass mouth, man.
And Biden.
You said Biden. You didn't even bring Obama up, nigga. Now you're lying again to try to make yourself, man. You just a liar.
You can't hear either.
You just a liar. I heard you plain and clear. You blamed it on. You said Biden lost over 300,000 children. You said that.
That is apples and oranges. It's a
Oh,
separate
now
issue.
when you don't make correct statements, now it's apples and oranges, motherfucker.
You don't care to listen. I got you, Sarge. You said it was bullshit.
Got your ass all the time, you slow ass man.
From your families at the border. These children came over the border with no
when Donald Trump left office the first time, there was still an outstanding balance of over 5,000 children that they could not reunite with their parents. Motherfucker, that ain't no apples and oranges. Those are real people.
Let me just say this right here.
It's funny how you calling them apples and oranges when they real children missing their parents. Bro.
Let me just say this right here. Listen, guys, it is not common for 30,000 children to be walking alone through that goddamn desert. Shut the fuck up.
When you let 12 million people in, what the hell do you think?
When it is not common for 30,000 children to be walking across the southern.
And there's a reason why they use children.
Sorry, listen.
Now we know their reasoning too.
Okay,
Well,
and let me just say this right here. I want y'all to pay attention to ABC and Sarge. Don't want us talking about the pedophilia that they're supporting. Now we're talking about the southern border and kids instead of talking about Donald Trump fingering fucking children. Because that's in the Epstein file, allegedly. He had.
Pedophilia is involved here too.
Hey, Tyrone, they don't want to address the fact that Epstein said in his emails that Trump knows about the girls.
Yeah. And Donald Trump and Epstein had this challenge called the Calendar Girls. And Donald Trump was a judge, and that's when he did the thing with his finger and these children just to see what size they was and how ripe they was, and then he auctioned them off after that. All of that shit is in the Epstein file.
How many sisters were found in mental institutions, Tyrone? Do you know?
How many what?
How many of these tipsters, because what you're talking about was called in to the National Threat Operations Center. They got a lot of these uncorroborated tipsters they could not corroborate.
Okay, so hold on for a minute. I got to say this.
And how many of these people?
I'm talking about an email. This was what I'm talking about. Is
hold on for a second. And Sarge, I want to say this. Without interruption. What you just heard, right, is in order for him to validate his political side and white men, Donald Trump. Sarge just claimed that these statements from these victims, some of them was in mental institutions to invalidate the evidence that the FBI presented in these document drops. You are a sick individual to try to discredit those files by saying whatever claim they made must not be true because they was in mental institutions. You are a sick puppy. We're talking about children being raped, and you want to discredit them and say that they was in mental institutions. Now, if they was in mental institutions after they visited the island, because I don't know what you're referring to, then I understand why they was in mental institutions after going through all that abuse. But if they was in mental institutions before they visited the island, that is silly because they was children and they probably wasn't of age to be admitted to mental institutions. And if they was in mental institution, if they got trafficked as a child and then became an adult and then got admitted, then yes, there would be something psychologically wrong with these adults. But the recount of their experiences, even in a mental institution, should not be discounted because they might be going through some type of other stress or mental trauma related to the abuse that they received while they was there. So I don't want to hear you talking about no mental institution and you can't count these people because they was mental. We don't know why they was in mental institutions. I don't know what the fuck you're talking. You a sick puppy.
I live in the United States, and I don't live in a tyranny like you want to turn this country into, where you don't have a right to confront your accuser and see the evidence that's against you. When I hear somebody calling in, whether they're in a mental institution or not, an uncorroborated tip that investigators cannot corroborate, I do not and never will accept it as proof of a damn thing. You, however, are willing to do so because you're a smear merchant. You believe in gossip, rumor, and innuendo is proof.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just ask you this question right quick. Okay, so what percentage of these claims do you think came from a mental institution?
Oh, damn.
Huh?
The exact percentage, I don't know. I saw 10 cases where agents investigated the alleged tips that seemed solid enough to follow up on, and the persons involved were either in a mental institution or just been recently released from it.
Okay.
And none of their so-called evidence could be corroborated. Now, again, I don't want to live in a country, unlike you, where that alone is enough to convict somebody of pedophilia. If you want to live in that country, you need to get out of this country and go to some country where they do that.
Okay, so let me just say this right here. Okay, you said 10 cases. I'm going to go with your 10 cases, right? They was 3.5 million files released. And I'm not going to do the percentage of 10 cases out of 3 million files, but I can guarantee you it's less than 0.01% of the files that was released. So if you want to hedge your bets on less than 1 goddamn percent of that you've seen of these cases that was in the mental institution, you sound like a goddamn fool. What about the rest of the motherfucking cases? What about the 99? Shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, because you know you wrong. You know you wrong. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. What about the 99? What about the 99% of the files that wasn't in the goddamn mental institution, you moron? The fuck is wrong with you?
With credible evidence. If they're not, I don't give a fuck.
All right, go ahead, mama's boy.
Okay, let me just say something
I just
here.
want to say this real.
Appalling, what I'm hearing. You're not going to accuse no child of initiating sexual abuse upon themselves. Children don't talk about sex unless they've been tampered with. That's learned behavior. A child is not going to come up with something like that. So if that's what you believe, Sarge, you got some issues.
You don't listen very well, I swear to God.
I listen very well. These children are not coming up with these scenarios. They're not coming up with these scenarios of their own volition. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Adults call those tips in, not children.
Sorry, you crazy. They were children when they was on the island, man. That's a fact.
When did you call any tips to the hotline?
They were children when they was on.
Every single person the FBI
you crazy.
Why are you in so much denial?
Every single one of them
You
is an
must be
adult.
carrying some guilt yourself. Because I've never known it. You think you a black man and you running around here and you talk off. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with you.
You're over there in Africa. You might be a cannibal.
I don't even eat chicken.
I mean,
I don't
hey,
even
are you
know
a
that.
cannibal? Are you a cannibal?
No, something is wrong with you.
You might be over there in Africa.
Sorry, that shit is racist as hell. The Africans are not cannibals, you fucking moron. What is wrong with you? We do know we shut the fuck up. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. We do know cannibals, and the FBI just presented us with evidence of the fucking European cannibals right here in this goddamn country. And one of them is in the White House, you fucking moron. Jesus Christ, talking about Africans are cannibals.
Woman just accused me of maybe being a pedophile. What the fuck do you think I'm gonna say?
I'm talking about the way you defend men that carry on with that behavior. That you defending the wrong thing. You need to be about righteousness. What do you know about righteousness, Sarge? Truth. I never hear you speak like that. You if it's
you ain't heard me speak on a lot of things. And given how much I get muted, you probably won't hear as much as I could say. So I agree with you. There's many things you haven't heard me speak on. So damn much. Listen to what I speak about right now. Hell, there's many things you haven't heard me speak on. And there's many things I haven't heard you speak on either.
Is very shaky.
So damn
and
much.
You have a daughter. You have a granddaughter or something I heard you mention. You should be trying to protect
I don't need this at
You
all.
should be
And I don't want to hear
trying
from
to
you.
protect women.
I
You
wanna
said
hear
you
this
had a black
moralizing
woman
from
that
you.
you love so much. But you don't. Are you
preacher?
not interested in protecting her? Because there's nothing out here in this system that protects black women. No. You need
I don't
to
think so. It
get
doesn't sound like you
yourself
do.
corrected.
You don't know anything about the issue. You're not even attempting to make an argument about the issue.
I do know about the issue. I've been living in this planet. I'm talking to you, Sarge, and I'm questioning why your mental processes. Why are your mental processes?
I have no interest in pedophilia.
No,
I don't even really like very young girls.
You need to not share your point of view on this line. Because I'm listening to you. I have been listening to you for a number of years. And you're a deviant
I mean, what was the point of bringing that shit up? Did I illuminate anything at all?
The stuff that you are in too much denial. You've been in denial for a long time, especially where Trump is concerned.
Only liberals and Democrats talk like you.
And your mega people, you're in denial.
And you are delusional.
Well, y'all.
Well,
go ahead.
I can only judge a man by his action. And you know, Sarge, you may not see it because you're in the conversation, but you look really crazy defending pedophiles. I'm just saying, bro. You looking pretty crazy right now.
Shit up out of thin air.
Okay, so let me first say that you're looking pretty crazy out here with your whole entire chest stuck out defending pedophiles, dog. I'm just saying. Just saying, bro. Just saying. You know, you looking pretty bad out here on your own. Ain't nobody doing it but you.
You argue the person making a counter argument to yours. You can't argue the issue consistently. You have no
motherfucker, you don't know
So
what
let
I can
me-
do.
hold on, let me just ask.
Because you so busy talking over me, man. You don't know what I'm saying or what I've said because you too busy running your dick beaters while I'm talking.
Okay, well let me hold on, guys. Let me ask. Wait a minute. Hold on, Sarge. Listen. Let me ask you this. So well he gone. I was just gonna simply ask him, did the Epstein files contain pedophiles? And if he said yes, then I would. Well, he probably would have talked around in circles with that answer. But he hung up. Look, guys, I got to get off here. So I'll leave the lines open. I'll open the lines. I appreciate everybody calling in tonight. So y'all have a good night.
Peace, Tyrone. Peace, everybody.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.